Helium. Yep, Amanda. I decided to hold off the live until you got back. Make sure you didn't miss anything. Before I started on TikTok, hold on. Favorite Taco Bell item? Chipotle chicken flatbread. I'm gonna Taco Bell in a while though. Okay, now we're gonna start. Here we go. Okay, we are officially live on TikTok. KP. Can't do. Okay. Everybody, welcome in. I don't know why Dana was about to go to sleep. You still can. Still can. Puffy's been like super affectionate the past few days. I don't know if that means she's on the way out, but hope not. I'm trying to jump into my lap right now, and she never used to do that without being bribed by the brush. You think we'll still have elections? Question. I think so. But the fact that I'm not 100% on it is. My show is on. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We're going to get started shortly. Sorry about like how I'm like never live, but we're going back to 4 to 5 day streams. I definitely want to get back to that by the time the midterms are a thing. Iran is happening right now. God, just did the lot. 13 minutes. 9 minutes ago. Israel's defense minister says his country has attacked Iran and declares a state of emergency. All right, Tuffy. Nita, I missed the only Kanye Dan version. Joining in from Europe, how is the dictatorship going? Not great. I voted early for the first time ever. Who'd you vote for, Adriana? Oh, the old Kanye. That makes more sense. Come in, everybody. Welcome in. All right. Well, let's read the article. I guess 9 minutes ago, AP. Israel launched an attack on Iran on Saturday with the country's defense minister declaring a state of emergency. Israel Katz made the announcement. Okay, that's just a coincidence. The guy's name happens to be Israel. Israel Katz made the announcement as thick smoke rose from an explosion in downtown Tehran. I voted blue down ticket for Texas. Wait, but Adriana, that would be the primaries. So, like, so aren't they all blue? Oh, I mean, I guess my question was whether you voted for Tallarico or Crockett. But okay. Are we wait? All right. Before we get into the World War III stuff, can we talk about the fact that the Israel's Minister of Defense is named Israel Katz? That's like if our Secretary of War was named like USA Hegseth. That's fucking wild. Anyway, okay. Israel Katz made the announcement as thick smoke rose from an explosion in downtown Tehran. Iranian state television acknowledged the blast without providing more details. I did vote for Crockett. Kamala endorsed her yesterday, today, can't remember. So Israel bombed Iran, or we did? Israel did. Sirens sounded across Israel at the same time. The Israeli military said that the proactive alert to prepare the public for the possibility of missiles being launched towards the state of Israel. This is a breaking update. As of 9 minutes ago. Oh, hey, Kai. No one ever talked about how Biden had Secretary Abe Blinken. I talked about it. The fact that it was A. Blinken, yeah, that was pretty cool. Anyway, how can you support any political party? I mean, I think it's pretty easy to support the Democratic Party if they're the only party that is against the fascist party. Like, I don't know. That sounds super easy to me. Like I, under normal circumstances, I probably wouldn't order a turkey sandwich if I knew the bread was going to be dry. But if the only other thing on the menu was a bucket of diarrhea with razor blades in it, then I'm on team turkey sandwich with dry bread. Like, super easy. Dems are so bad, it's so hard to choose who to vote for right now. Can you come up and explain how the Dems can? What about the Dems are so bad that it's difficult to decide between them and what we have now? What we have now. It's like every moment is a mistake. I just watched a video from oh my god, what's the guy? Tizzy Ent, where if you call the number for the accessibility number, so like if you're deaf, they have the teledial number or whatever. If you call that number for the DOJ, you get rerouted to an Indian call center that's trying to scam you out of $50 gift cards. This would not have happened under a Democratic administration. And this is a tiny thing. This isn't the only reason I'm mentioning this, right? I know you're hearing it. Okay, so some deaf people get scammed, right? You don't care. This is something I just found out 5 minutes ago. It's just the most recent thing. 5 minutes ago. An hour ago, I found out that our military no longer allowing people who went to Ivy League schools. If you went to an Ivy League school, you're not allowed. We're doing what you guys think DEI was. Oh, we're gonna hire the most unqualified people. This is actually what DEI is. It's the military is like, okay, we need the absolute dumbest. Okay, we're gonna shrink our pool so that we're desperate for anybody who would apply. Okay, no, we're gonna kick out all the trans people first. All right, We're gonna now we're gonna kick out all the Ivy League college people, literally making us less safe. Actual smooth brain in action. Hey Tyler. Oh, like the opposite of the comedian with the fake ice hotline? Yeah, literally, exactly. Thank you, Birthday God. Would you support a Dem candidate with Trump's immigration policy? No. Well, I guess if their opponent was Donald Trump with Trump's immigration policy, then I'd have to, right? Because there's only two options. But I mean, I've been pretty open about my stance on immigration. I'm for less illegal immigration, but more legal immigration. I also think a strong border is fine, but I think deportations are stupid unless it's for violent criminals. Wasting money trying to hunt people down and deport them. Absolute negative policy. The only people that want that are racist. Let's keep it so fucking for real. There's a MAGA in the box? Okay, hold on. Plain Somalian fraud. You were already corrected that it was Somali fraud. Why are you choosing not to say the correct verbiage here? Like I don't mind you misspeaking the first time, but you were corrected. So now you're doing it on purpose.
Talk about extreme.
Thank you, Birthday God. Okay. We're gonna go to our first guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates and discussions, so drop a follow if you like this content. Okay, here we go. Well, please explain it. Okay, really quick before I go, if you want me to explain it fully to you specifically, you have to request up. But if you want me to explain it specifically, sometimes people commit fraud. Sometimes those people happen to be Somali. It's also the case for many other ethnicities. I hope that helps. Hi, Cyrus. Hi, welcome up.
Yo, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
So, you requested up. Answer the
Yeah,
question.
what question do you have for me?
It's on the screen. It's marked with a little, the curly thing with the dot underneath.
What do you mean? Okay. How can you still support Trump?
Uh huh.
Why are you against Trump?
Okay, so off rip, you don't have an answer to the question, but if you'd like, I'll my case forward. So far, this is just if we everything. Where'd he go?
Folks, we have a runner. That bitch ass was a runner. Said a few dumb things that they couldn't back up. Then they got real scared and then they gave up. That Smoothie was a runner.
Well, that worked out because I've been meaning to play that. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. Hopefully this one won't run after a crumb of pushback. My goodness, Senator Rick Scott defrauded Medicare of millions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Listen, it's white people, black people, Hispanic people, even Skeletor race people like Senator Rick Scott. But statistically, rich white guys that commit the most fraud, not poor Somali immigrants. It's rich white guys. Okay. Well, the other two people in the box also ran. I think they were under the impression that that they wouldn't have to answer a simple question, and now they're just all gone. Is right libertarianism coincided with Republican or no? If you consider yourself a libertarian, but chose to vote for a Republican in the past 10 election cycles, then yeah. Because that's doesn't really sound like a libertarian to me. I am a registered Republican, but I am changing it to independent. I don't agree with any of this. I appreciate that, Cersei, excuse me. FBI has Tom Homan accepting a $50,000 bag of cash on video. Right? We don't even talk about that story anymore. Which, it's so interesting how, bad people can do bad things. And as long as, someone like Trump is president and no one gets held accountable for anything, we just have to move on. Absolutely insane. Trump is a hero. You see the news? Ooh, all right, let's hear it. Hi, welcome up.
Holy shit. Benjamin Netanyahu, if you can hear me, thank you so much. Do you see what happened 5 minutes ago? Those booms in Tehran.
Yeah, Israel struck Iran. Why is that why are you glazing BB for that?
Dude, I bet $5,000 on that shit happening at plus 200 odds. I just fucking made so much money on that shit. It's one of the biggest wins of my life. Holy shit. The polymarket bet is gonna pit bat.
Imagine
Dude, I bet that
war.
shit, and then, well, the market was mispriced. That was sharp as fuck. So I bet plus money, mind you. And then Donald Trump, in the next 24 hours, he sent the entire military, 2 aircraft carriers, 22 fighter jets, all to the Middle East. I made thousands of dollars of profit in just one day. Didn't even have to execute the trade. Just on my shares gaining value alone. How's that any different than buying a oil future? If I had insider information, I was like, yeah, I knew this was going to happen. Let me buy a oil contract. They're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
Can I ask how old you are?
33.
What's your social life
Prediction
like?
markets? I mean, I don't know. I have like 15, 20 friends. Generally, I love finding edges in gambling and markets. And
I sent you an invite to turn on your camera.
no, I have a bunch of Nick Fuentes content on here. I got to go to school and shit. Like I'm not actually 33. I'm like, I have Nick Fuentes content on here, and like if you're a college student and you got like Groyper content, it will ruin your life, right? We're trying to be like high IQ individuals and trade government. We're not gonna stocks. Is that older mom?
Yeah, you've just been older millennial filibustered. You're getting pissed on. Thank you, Shauna.
Dude, he hates me, bro. He blocked me on Twitter.
So I dropped that person. Using the word person very loosely. I don't think I need to explain how dystopian it is that we have people like that betting on like war. But okay. Yeah, Kit. Should I just have that be the caption? I mean, we don't know. It's breaking news, so we don't know. We don't know what more is going to come from it tonight. Hi, welcome up.
Yo, hey, that guy was a sociopath and a degenerate. That's all I've got to say. Human very loosely, just like you said, and he didn't deserve any attention. So I'm just going to drop back down, man. You have a great night.
Thank you as well. You know what? Sometimes we need a guest like that to reaffirm that we're not crazy, right? So appreciate that guest. Okay, let's look at the news here. Okay, so I'm still seeing the same news, which is that the defense minister of Israel confirms that they launched an attack on Tehran. They called it a preemptive attack. Now remember, everybody, just a few months ago, Donald Trump said that they obliterated all nuclear capabilities And it would be years or decades before Iran would be a threat, nuclear threat. Any other countries involved? As of right now, all we know, and y'all know I do not like to speculate on breaking news as it's breaking. All we know is that 3 explosions were heard from the capital, and that Israel has confirmed that they attacked Iran. Israeli news is reporting a joint attack with U.S. If you have a link to that, I would love to take a look, but I am not going to report that until I'm sure. Okay, hold on one second, chat. Here's what we're gonna. Watching it live right now. It's the U.S. as well. Iran has been weeks away from a WMD since early 2000s. Yes, very true. There's clips of Bibi talking about it since I think it was since like right after 9/11. Like 25, 26 years ago. The early 90s. Well, before that it wasn't Bibi, but it was still we were still talking about it. Those clips are from the 90s. I think since 96. Netanyahu's been talking about it since 96. Damn. Bro, how long has that guy been power? Oh, before he was in office. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say. Okay. BBC just received images of smoke rising in Tehran over Jamhuri Square and Hassan Abed Square. Okay, so this was they're saying a daylight attack Saturday. Today's Friday. Okay, that makes sense. So it's happening as we speak. It's daylight there. Explosions. Okay. We will follow this. All the people on the left who wouldn't vote for Kamala because of Palestine, you happy? Renovations instead of full rebuild is the way to go. Wait, I don't know what we're talking about over there. Co-host? You have a co-host in the box? No, it's just the only person in the box is that fucking psychopath from before. That he. Oh, Tuffy, I'm. Wanted no new words. I'm sorry, Tuffy. Tuffy really didn't want any new wars, unfortunately. Damn, I don't even know where to go from here. Did we ever get Gatito's name? This is Tuffy. Okay, so I kind of want to correct some I want to correct a little bit of what people are saying in chat here. This isn't like an Israel Netanyahu thing on its own. Trump in the United States has wanted to do this for weeks now. If anything, it's Trump probably gave the blessing for this. The U.S. and Israel are close allies who coordinate joint attack per Covey. See if I can find. Is Tuffy nervous with her first name, or with her first time co-hosting? Oh, that's the co-host. Appreciating the cat relief tonight with all this. Plus, Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan now. Wait, I thought Trump ended 8 wars. There's no way. Also, I'm pretty sure Trump said that if he was president, no wars would ever start. Like Russia, Ukraine. He said that if he was president in 2022, that wouldn't have happened. So there's no way that any of that can be true. Dan, Trump can help Israel here without going through Congress, right? It depends on what type of help. Board of Peace, Dan. The head office of IRGC was struck. The United States is participating in the Israeli strikes against Iran, according to a U.S. official and a person familiar with the operation who spoke on condition of anonymity to detail sensitive military operations. Okay, well, we just got confirmation from Associated Press. U.S. is involved. Israel launched a daylight attack Saturday on Iran's capital with a cloud of smoke rising from... yeah, I'm hearing 15 minutes ahead on the Hebrew channels. Well, listen, in the U.S., we take a little bit longer to get the news, unfortunately. We're kind of we're like a mini North Korea. The apparent strike happened near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. It wasn't clear whether the 86-year-old Ayatollah had been in his offices at the time. He hasn't been seen publicly in days as tension with the United States have grown. But the attack comes as the United States has assembled a vast fleet of fighter jets and warships in the region to try and pressure Iran into a deal over its nuclear program. Oh my God! Wait! No, chat, we're good. The Obama administration, through Secretary of State John Kerry, negotiated a nuclear agreement. The JCPOA. We don't have to worry about any of this. We're made in the shade. We still that deal is still in place, right? That deal we didn't elect an incompetent Obama hate maxer to be the president, right? It's after May 18th, 2018, though. I forgot. Yes, you're right. Time has passed. Thank you, Erica. All right. All right, chat. She's just not taking no for an answer. Tuffy is not huge on consent, unfortunately. All right, Tuff, come on. There she is. Okay. But we obliterated their nukes. Right, yeah. So according to Donald Trump, we obliterated their nuclear capabilities, and it would be years, if not decades, until they would ever be a nuclear threat again. All right, Kai. Well, just protect your peace is what I'll say. Didn't he already say that the first time? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay, well, there we go. That's the caption for the day. We're the no new wars people. Trump is a moron. I don't trust his word with anything. Oh yeah, me neither. Didn't you remember that night or the next day when they bombed nuclear sites and the news said, yeah, no, you didn't get it all? And all he said, and all he was hearing from fighters who were devastated? Yeah. I mean, yes, that's right. The news was reporting that they just hit the top of the sites. Anyway, did you know that the Department of War is at over $50,000? Oh, the Dow. Nice one, Louis. Nice one. Okay. I get it. Chad, I think I'm laughing nervously. You're against Trump. That's the whole point of this, right? The whole point of the United States and Israel striking Iran is because I was against Trump. My bad. Mr. President, if my dissent on this app has somehow led to you choosing to start a new war, I'm sorry, maybe take it back. Are his feelings that hurt that he would start a war over what Dan Malek said about him? But do you realize it's not Trump's decision to declare war? Okay, so just so we're clear, the United States has been preparing for this for the past couple weeks. And you were right. It is Congress's decision to declare war. But sometimes Donald Trump doesn't really care what the law is. We do know that, right? He can't overrule law. He's already done it. He's already done it multiple times. What do you mean? Technically, has this weird 60-day allowance. Yes, that's true too. No one formally declares war anymore. Yeah, formally declaring war is so 2001. Not even 2001. Try 1941. Wait, did we not formally declare war in 2001? Sure, we did. Impeach the whole cabinet. Conflict. No, we didn't. Well, because I know we voted on going to war. I guess maybe it's the verbiage. Last formal declaration was World War II. AUMF. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. That's right. 9/11 prompted AUMF, yes. And AUMF is not technically a declaration of war. Even Putin hasn't declared war on Ukraine, a special military operation. How many residents hit? More jets headed out now. It's going to be a huge operation. So, like, are we just going to be the regime change administration? Like Venezuela, Iran, Cuba. Is that the play? We're just... It's like we're taking all of the worst parts of the past 2 decades, right? All the worst parts of Bush and all the worst parts of Obama, okay? We're taking all the worst parts of those two presidencies and adding it to the worst man who's ever lived, potentially. It's really... it's like there's no positives. There's no positives. It's like, okay, it's the worst of all worlds. Sure, those files are interesting, but not as interesting as war, Donald Trump 2020. The simp needs an invite. Okay, who are these people that are talking shit but not requesting? LOL, TDS got him to say that. What about Mustache Man? Brother. Oh, your brain not work right. I specifically was talking about presidents. I also said the past 2 decades. I don't know if you know this, but Hitler died in the 40s. Oh, worst man that ever lived. Oh, that's fair. What I did was I exaggerated, right? So, you know when Donald Trump said he was going to lower grocery prices on day 1 and then he didn't, and you guys said, that can't be a lie. He didn't lie to me. He wouldn't lie to me. He was exaggerating to win votes. I was exaggerating, right? When Donald Trump said no new wars but like we have new military operations that result in civilian casualties, he was exaggerating. That's so if you guys can use it, I can use it. So Donald Trump is worse than Hitler, okay? That's an exaggeration. I'm not going to be held to a higher standard than the president of the United States, all right? So if you guys are cool with Donald Trump constantly lying to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rage bait you, okay? I'm going to say shit that's not true yet, right? Donald Trump is not worse than Hitler yet, but I'm just gonna say it without that caveat, because people with brain stems know that, oh, Dan's exaggerating, right? But you guys are just gonna crash out, and that's what I want. I want your crash out. I want your crash out to be so detrimental to your mental health that it comes like 1/10 of the way to what your ilk have put us through over the past 10 years. All because you couldn't possibly live in a world where other people are different than you. It's really insane. Oh, the immigrants! I gotta vote for the actual stumbling buffoon that can't finish a sentence, that lies to me constantly, that only talks about himself, only cares about himself, and was found liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Brags about how hot his daughter is and how he would fuck her if he wasn't his father. I need to vote for him because immigrants are brown. Like, you did this to all of us, and so what I need is I'm going to say whatever it takes. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure that you just get a little bit of it back, okay? And if that means me saying things like Trump was worse than Hitler, and that makes you be like, he's not, he didn't kill that many Jews yet, right? Then that's fine, okay? That's okay. I will say what is needed to rage bait MAGA at this point, because you guys are so far from redeemable. You're just villains, and so I need a little bit of Schadenfreude, right? I need something. Multiple cities hit now, not just Tehran. Oh, we're still going. Mods, really quick. If you see a person whose name is just Jay and they have 0 followers and 0 following, that's the stalker. That's the guy that spends all of his time stalking creators. Go ahead and block that one. For the other maggots, you don't have to block them, but just tell them to come up. You know. Tell them to have a tiny bit of testicular fortitude and say what they need to say to my face. Defend their top as best they can. Algeria has the best cover.
In the Middle East at the moment, it has been a huge build-up over the last number of months, and the concern was that the United States wasn't just putting its troops in the region to walk away, as they were putting their troops in the region to carry out some sort of military strike. And of course, the US is buoyed.
You muted me. Hey guys, I make a valid points. He is on a child platform talking about politics. Listen, see this thing right here where it says MAGA request up, right? So I can't respond to just the comments in chat. If you got muted, probably because you weren't requesting up. Or right now. Let me rephrase. I can't respond to every comment in chat. That would not be a substantive debate. That help? Either request up or get fucked, bro.
Ford has been deployed. It left its naval base in Crete on Thursday and arrived in Israeli waters on Friday afternoon. The fort's 2 nuclear reactors powered advanced aircraft launch systems, allowing it to operate up to 220 missions per day. It joins the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That carrier operates up to 70 aircraft, including FA-18 fighter jets and surveillance planes. Its nuclear propulsion system also allows long-term deployment. They're being escorted by guided missile cruisers and destroyers, giving it air defense strike and anti-submarine capabilities. So, Alan, a huge military posture in this region. The concern now, of course, is that if Iran strikes U.S. bases in the region,
Venezuela operation has been a success. Don't be a panicking. We're winning.
Washington
define success.
Would escalate.
Exactly, but they have the military hardware in the region to do it. They have put more in the area just in the last week or so. So the feeling always was that we were heading towards
reading 4 days high intensity.
some sort of war. But as I said, there are political concerns here for Donald Trump. He campaigned on no stupid foreign wars, something that most of his MAGA base agrees with. So now to get involved in attacking Iran, which is half a world away, and constantly insists there is no intentions of developing nuclear weapons, that it's not heading in that direction, many in MAGA will be worried about what the United States is getting involved in. But not just MAGA, on Capitol Hill as well. There was talks of passing a War Powers Act, which would suggest that if there was to be any sort of extended conflict with the Iranians, then Donald Trump must go to Congress and seek approval. He and his team don't believe that is necessary, that under War Powers they can take this action. but there will be a great deal of disquiet, and not just among Democrats, among Republicans as well, who are worried about the United States being dragged into yet another quagmire in the Middle East.
Yeah, very important to highlight again that the U.S. Congress has not been consulted about possible U.S. involvement in any attack on Iran.
Of course not.
Alan, stay with us.
Why would we consult Congress?
Osama bin Javid, who's in Geneva.
Remember, since he took office, Donald Trump has made sure to consult Congress as little as possible. He has been governing, if you want to call it that, strictly on his own. And remember, this is the guy who calling himself the big deal maker, right? This was, I wrote the art of the deal. I'm the big deal maker, right? And yet, he literally leaves Congress out of talks. It claims that the reason is because he feels like Congress would leak, even though his own fucking Department of Defense, Department of War, no wars, by the way, secretary is the one that fucking leaked sensitive information that put service members' lives in danger. Wait, did they confirm U.S. is involved? Yes, U.S. is confirmed to be involved. Unitary executive power.
Matt told me. It is with not just cautious optimism, but it was real progress. On Monday, you were expecting technical teams to arrive in Vienna, the headquarters of the International Atomic Energy Agency, happening after the Iranians gave a written proposal to the United States negotiators, happening as the Omani foreign minister was in the U.S., telling the U.S. vice president that there's been a lot of headway, that they're at a place where they had never been. The Iranians have agreed that they will get rid of their stockpile of enriched uranium. They will not make a nuclear weapon, not just for a limited time, but not forever. So it comes off the backdrop of all of this diplomatic push to try and de-escalate. But the Iranians were ready for this. And this is what they were telling us here in Geneva as well. One diplomatic source told us that, yes, we believe in diplomacy. We're here, unlike the United States, with all our advisors and experts, but we're ready for all other options. And one person who had spoken to the Iranian foreign minister's security detail told me that there appears to be a plan in place, a three-tier plan in place, that if Israel attacks Iran, they are going to reply back to Israel, they're going to attack Israel. And if that doesn't stop, then they are going to hit U.S. military assets in the region, especially the naval assets. And the third phase of that would be to hit U.S. military bases. That is, according to one source close to the resolved on the table because the Iranians have showed that they don't want to make a nuclear weapon. They want to comply with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and they want to negotiate with the United States. But it appears that, as we've seen before 8 months ago, that the Iranians were brought to the negotiating table, and as the negotiations were going on, as this round concluded after multiple rounds here in Geneva, that they've gone back and attacked Tehran. So it is early days to see how the Iranians are going to retort back. But as the conversations I've had with various Iranian journalists and diplomats, it appears that Iran is poised.
I accepted your request and you didn't connect. Let's see if it works this. Don't interrupt either. Okay. Starting on a weird foot, Joe. Accepted again and it didn't connect. You gotta, I don't know if you're closing the app or whatever. I just accepted it again and you just didn't connect. You have to be looking at the app when I press the accept button so that you can then press.
Some coordination, obviously, between the U.S. and Israel, because the Americans have said they're involved in this initial attack on Iran, but also perhaps some sort of an element of surprise here. Now the question being whether negotiations, whether in Geneva or elsewhere, or Vienna, as it was talked about next week, Are those negotiations effectively over now with this attack on Iran by Israel and the United States?
Well, it will be very difficult to see how the track of negotiations can continue, because if Tehran is constantly being attacked and being asked to come to what happened last time around, Iran immediately pulled out of the negotiations, said that it cannot continue its negotiations. It pulled out of the nuclear proliferation treaty and said it's a nuclear facility.
Hey, Kai.
Hey, how's it going? Well, I figured I could come up and explain some of the basics, having family on both sides of this, unfortunately. So what we're hearing right now is that this is going to look like about 4 days of heavy attacks. We've already hit the IRGC main office. Sorry, I do have an echo.
Oh,
Sorry about that. We've hit Khamenei's his residence. There's no validation as to whether or not he is alive or not as of now. Probably still alive, probably in a bunker somewhere. I don't know if you have any questions. So it's a highly nuanced situation. Like with the people of Iran, right? We don't like the IRGC, but we don't necessarily like intervention, right? The US is very bad at that historically. And there are a lot of separatist groups within Iran that this could create a very serious power vacuum and cause more of an Iraq situation. Sorry, I'm like shaking because it's a lot right now.
you're good. Don't even worry about it.
Do you have like any questions? I'm hearing news actively. I'd love to answer anything. I just ask people to handle this with kindness and nuance. It's the people of Iran want liberation. However, this is not necessarily the way to go about it. So if anyone has any questions, like,
Would you say it's similar to Venezuela in that respect, where most of the Venezuelan people
Yeah.
didn't? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's more, and this is far more complex than Venezuela because of the just dynamics of the region, right? There's a lot of Kurds that want their own government. They want their own liberation, along with the Iranians, and a lot of Iranians that don't want that. They want to install the Shah again, some of them, and there's Sunni groups that want to install. So this is, it's reckless right now, like, in my opinion. That's not the opinion of all Iranians. It's not the opinion of probably the experts. It's just as someone with family, it's just it's a terrifying time. So I don't know. Any other? I'm just trying to keep up with group chats right now and,
Oh
and
no,
what's
you're
going down.
You're fine. I don't know if anyone in chat has any.
Sorry, you're muted.
Oh, no, you're fine. I don't know if anyone in chat has any questions. There's this cat dad guy saying, talking with people about Iran right now, saying that they're celebrating.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. A lot of so that's the nuance of this, is a lot of Iranians, like, they do want intervention. Please don't judge them for that. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily up for like what's coming up next. It's just right now they do want the IRGC out, and that is ultimately a good thing for them. But it's that's the nuance of it.
Yeah. I mean, with a lot of these situations, it's not like a cut and dry thing.
Yeah.
Even with Maduro, I mean, I think so just because this is something that we've seen happen and it's not like breaking, but like with Maduro, the Venezuelan people wanted Maduro gone. Now, the intention of the attack is now called into question, given that we didn't put the rightful election winner in power. We just were cool with his vice president remaining in power. So like in a situation like this, if we do end up, we as in the joint U.S. and Israeli military, if we end up liberating Iran of their government, well, first of all, what is the actual intention? That's something we'll see, and then what happens going
Yes.
forward. Like you mentioned, the power vacuum. This is people in Iraq wanted to be liberated of Saddam Hussein. And I don't know if there's anybody, left or right, that agrees now, with hindsight, with our invasion of Iraq. So it's kind of a similar situation in that regard.
Exactly. I will say that there is, like, Iranians do have, they've established, they've organized, they've had this plan for, you know, a good 20 years. So I'm hopeful. But if you're curious what the US and Israel wants, they want the Cyrus Accords along with the Abraham Accords. That will essentially lock down the Middle East as far as oil control goes, as far as having the monopoly on oil sales and what he just did in Venezuela. It's all connected. They're pushing China out, they're pushing Russia out, so we still don't know. I doubt that they'll get involved, you know, right now, but they have sent assets. This isn't World War III right now yet, guys. Don't worry about that yet. I don't think that they're gonna do any strikes or anything, but this is Trump taking hold of the Western Hemisphere. And it's unprecedented, it's massive, and Venezuela is involved. That's why we did Greenland, because we're worried about Russia going into Greenland after this. I don't know how to handle it. It's insane.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up. If you have questions down the road,
Yeah, no worries. I just thought but thanks anyways, and I will be giving updates in the chat.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Bye.
Could have had a baddie for president instead of this, by the way. Okay. Fair amount. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right. How are you?
Not too bad. If you want some Iran updates here, I've literally got like some of the news up with it. Even was just having some conversations with people inside of Iran, friends and family. The government, you know, they shut the internet down back in January because they wanted to make sure that the messaging was controlled. They didn't want all of the videos coming out of literal bodies in the street, literal body bags, like thousands of body bags in the street in towns where 10, 20, 30% of the population of even some small towns were unalived by the government. People were having to search body bag by body bag by body bag just to find their loved ones.
Yeah.
Finally, they would give the internet, they'd turn the internet back on just for a little bit every day. And you start getting some of these leaks, you start getting some of these videos. One of the things that I've been saying, I consider myself a pretty progressive creator on here. And I've been having a handful of discussions with my fellow progressive creators where even if Trump is doing these things for the wrong reasons, even if Israel is doing these things for the wrong reason, it is a net positive, because when you talk about the people of Iran, when 40,000 lives were lost in a matter of days, that was one Gaza in less than 1 week. Like, these are some of the things that we want to, yeah, some people have pointed out the Minnesotan accent in me too.
Would you say that our operation in Iraq, the war in Iraq, was a net positive?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
We went about that in the wrong way, and what we did by leaving a big massive power vacuum, there was no plan. Right now, when it comes to Iran, the Iranian people themselves, they are starting to form a plan for what happens when the Ayatollah goes. That's why you have a lot of people calling for the return of Reza Pahlavi, who is currently living in the United States. Reza Pahlavi, he's even come out and said that he would have a plan where he could go in the interim, assume some of the control, and then work towards having actual elections and getting an actual democracy established. When we look at Iran, mind you, I'm also a historian. When we look at Iran, a lot of the problems we see today were directly the fault of the United States. Iran was an extremely progressive nation in the 60s and the 70s. And then the United States...
I remember the very famous pictures of like women wearing... not having to cover up and going to university. I've seen those pictures.
Correct.
okay, so what's your really quick? I guess finish your thought. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Ask your
I was
question.
just gonna say, okay, so with Iranians having a plan, that still seems kind of similar to the situation with Afghanistan and how we left. I mean,
Not at all.
You don't think so?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like I said, when it comes to just the Iranian people in whole, I mean, even recently, you start looking at some of the large cities around the world, some of the massive protests that had all the Persians coming out in Munich, in Toronto, in LA. I was even a part of some of those protests here as well. You were seeing thousands, hundreds of thousands of people showing up in some of these cities. People have had to flee this country for their lives because of this current regime.
You were preaching to the choir in regards to the regime. Okay, you don't have to. We're on the same page on that. Yep. My question is, and I'm not even asking this to you from a position of like I know the right answer, right? Because I'm living this in real time. Okay, so you're saying the comparison to Iraq isn't the same because the Iranians have a plan for going forward. How is this that much different than Afghanistan then?
How is it similar to Afghanistan? Let me ask you that. Because like when we talk about Afghanistan was a direct result of the 9/11 attacks, where then you had the majority of the people who orchestrated the 9/11 attacks being from Saudi Arabia. So let's go attack Afghanistan because that makes sense, right?
Well, the reason
we don't want to be going after Saudi Arabia because of XYZ, whatever reasons you want to say.
Well, the reason that was given for Afghanistan was that we were going after Osama bin Laden, and
absolutely, 100%. And Osama bin Laden wasn't in Afghanistan. We later learned that he was in Pakistan.
Sure. Yes. Okay. All right. So you asked me a question. I'll answer the question. How is it similar? Okay. So when we finally left Afghanistan after 20 fucking years, there was a plan in place, and this is 20 years, right? Are you saying there was no plan in place for when we left Afghanistan?
When we left Afghanistan, who created that plan? And here's I'll be honest, this is my struggle here. I am extremely anti-Trump. I think Trump is one of the worst mistakes that the United States has ever made. But this is the one thing where even if he is doing it for all of the wrong reasons, is still a net positive. All of the reasons why we are against Israel when it comes to Gaza, we on the left need to be against the Islamic Republic when it comes to Iran. We keep saying that we need to have Bibi Netanyahu out of Israel, which is 100% true. Bibi needs to be out of Israel. The Ayatollah needs to be out of Iran. The people of Iran want this. They are in the street now. Like,
I get that. My issue here, and I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just it almost seems like you're a little too optimistic. You're high on the hopium. Basically, we had a situation, right? We've had situations like this where the U.S. gets involved. The regime in power is bad, right? The U.S. gets involved, and then things don't get better, and in some cases get worse. Right? We've seen that. You're saying the difference here.
Correct.
Okay. You're saying the difference here is that Iran has a plan. But Afghanistan had a plan. We had a plan with Afghanistan. And that did not work out. There was a power vacuum, and it was immediately filled.
Here's the thing. The U.S. had a plan with Afghanistan. The people of Afghanistan did not have a plan. The people of Iran have been, by and large, wanting this regime change, but they're unable to have this regime change. You can't buy pew-pews in Iran.
Really quick.
Protesting in the street, they are defenseless against themselves.
Really quick, to the Leo in chat, this time we have Trump. Last time we had Trump, you smoothie. The negotiation of leaving Afghanistan was with Trump won. Fucking, sorry.
What's happening?
Needed to crash out on a maggot real quick.
I think it's so hilarious. I have people, who's coaching you in the background? I'm with my family. I'm with my family. Is that acceptable, people in the comments, that I'm with my family? We were literally calling family in Iran. And then the internet was cut off of Iran, and now we can no longer speak to family. We had family in Iran that we were unable to speak with for weeks while the government of Iran was slaughtering people. So
worry now, but not more than worry with this government.
like the conspiracy theorists in the comment section, I'm not being coached. This is my family. So your family is coaching. My family and I are united, coaching you in the back.
MAGA
Jesus.
lost their families. They're jealous. Okay. So just really quick,
Yeah,
I want to
that
be
one
clear.
dude-
I want to be clear at the
somebody-
chat.
Neely says it best. I live in a house with my family. Duh.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Really quick.
I'm not being coached. I have a master's degree in history where I focused on constitutional history, bros.
Oh.
The MAGAs are so upset.
Okay, he has a master's degree. Chat. There's no chance that he's MAGA. Really quick to give everyone an update on the current conversation. This is a conversation between two progressives, one who has an optimistic view, and one who is less decided on that view. That's it. We're not.
And Dan, I want to say for the record, I know I've even been on your lives once or twice before. I have nothing but love and respect for you. I have nothing but love and respect for my fellow progressives. But one thing that has been absolutely failing, in my opinion, from progressives, we've been seeing progressives failing on messaging when it comes to Israel and Gaza. This is, why, I mean, the Democrats, some of them are even admitting this is why we lost the 2024 election. The other thing that we are currently failing in, when I watch Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity is being a current voice of reason about it being unacceptable for 40,000 people to have lost their lives, I have this internal struggle where Sean Hannity to me is a vile sack of garbage. But Sean Hannity makes one great point about 40,000 people should not be unalived in a matter of 3 days by their government, and the rest of the world and progressives are being silent on it. So many on the right are pointing out the blatant hypocrisy right now of progressives, where progressives are outraged, rightfully outraged, about what is going on in Gaza, what Israel has done to Gaza. That is outrageous, and we should all be angry about it. The older millennial, for crying out loud, literally made a video where he was pointing out that all these progressives do not care that the government of Iran unalived 40,000 people in 3 days while we have our outrage about Gaza. And then his next words were literally, he doesn't care.
Sorry, you said older millennial. Thank you, Erica.
Yeah, PP millennial. When PP millennial literally comes out and can point out our hypocrisy.
No, I listen. I get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Dan. I do. 100%.
I mean, I guess the thing is, it's just I have so little faith in the success of U.S. military intervention that like it's difficult for me to take solace in what you're saying.
Trust me, I have had the same internal struggles about this because I have my personal feelings about who Donald Trump is as a leader, my personal feelings about who Donald Trump is as a human being. But obviously, like I say, like something needs to be done. And if he's doing it for the wrong reasons, even, it's still going to help millions of people because millions of people are currently being abused and oppressed and wounded. People literally, they went to hospitals. You got to understand, they started going to hospitals to people who were wounded in these protests and started finishing the job. They started going around, and even people who have been speaking out about it, Persians who have been speaking out about it in the United States, they were getting calls from their families back home saying, you need to tell your relative in the United States to stop this, or else there will be consequences. This is not a regime that should be in power.
Really quick, on a light note, Goobus's comment said about older millennial, you have to admit he's the best at informing the police about toilet accidents. But you're assuming the imperial forces are going to stop at the government. Yeah, that's
and I'll admit, this might be me being optimistically naive, But even when you look at these current attacks from Israel, they are only going after government infrastructure right now. We've counted so far 4 different cities from what we've been hearing from people inside Iran. And they were attacking literally like the Ayatollah's house, which they know the Ayatollah's not there, but they attacked the house anyways, knowing it's empty. It's a symbolic move.
Okay, right. But we also know, given what Israel's been doing in Gaza, that their targeted strikes can sometimes escalate.
That's the thing, though. Israel's not doing targeted strikes on Palestinians. Israel is doing a G-side in Palestine.
No, but that's what they claim, is what I'm saying. Yeah, we agree that Israel is committing a G-side in Palestine.
Yep.
But that's not what they're saying.
Oh,
So-
I know. And again, Israel, Netanyahu, bad, evil, terrible human beings. They need to be tried for their war crimes. They do. And I struggle. Again, as a progressive, I struggle with this. There's that internal struggle of the enemy of your enemy is sometimes your friend. And I appreciate you having this conversation with me, because sometimes I feel like I am the only progressive who seems to give a shit that 40,000 people in a matter of 3-4 days lost their lives. And I feel like I'm the only progressive speaking out about this on this app. We can speak about Israel and Gaza till we're blue in the face, but nobody's speaking about this. When I hear Sean Hannity, when I hear Lindsey Graham, when I hear Ted Cruz speaking about this, but us progressives can't say this is wrong, where's our humanity?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've been posting about this for weeks, and I've been called every name in the book for doing so. Unfortunately, like on this side, there's a lot of black and white thinking, and I wish people could hold some nuance. The thing is, you're incredibly optimistic. I want to be as well. I'm fearful of who is at the wheel right now. I also have extended family there, and I'm not going to mention where the rest of my family is. It's difficult, and it has been a very difficult conversation with other progressives at this moment, because they do tell you that you're a Zio bot, like,
Yep.
a propagandist, when you're like, people are fucking losing their lives right now.
Yep.
The thing, like, I don't know how to hold these conversations. I love your optimism. I want to have it. I've been diving in and out of the same. It's torment inside. It's pulling me apart. But again, reminder that Obama did say that one of his biggest regrets leaving office was not helping the Iranians.
Correct. And I will say on a strictly human level, feel free to reach out to me if you want to talk on a strictly human level. Reach out to me if you want.
Lovely, because the only other people that I can talk to about this are like, on the not progressives. So it's been a mind fuck.
I just shot you a follow. Feel free to reach out.
Will do. But guys, I just ask for nuance. I ask for kindness. People are going to lose their lives. Civilians are going to lose their lives. We can be worried. We can be skeptical. Hold nuance, please.
I will even piggyback on that. Persians both in Iran and in the US, they know innocent people will lose their lives in any sort of a conflict. They know this. They know that this might be and will always be the cost of freedom. Unfortunately, the cost of freedom is often extremely high. They know exactly what this means. I am literally watching videos right now of buildings smoking on fire, and people are just going about their regular days.
Yep.
People are just acting like it's another Saturday.
Yeah, I'm in the chats too. We just lost contact in Iran, but I have other channels going right now. And
internet got shut down. The state shut it down.
It's insane. Like, it sucks. It's insane. It's going to be bigger than what was happening in June. What I'm seeing so far is that it's projected for the next 4 days, and it's a heavy. They're going in heavy. So I don't know, guys. I just please, I ask for nuance, kindness, understanding. No black and white thinking. And we can still remain skeptical. We can still hate Trump. We can still be like, oh God, like, this is scary. It's very scary. And it's scary for Americans. It's scary for our troops. It's incredibly scary. I get it.
Short time ago.
All right. Thank you both so much for coming up. I really appreciate it. Our leader.
Dan, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Thank you so much for coming up, both of you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate situations, usually, like most of the time, foreign affairs are nuanced topics, and without like a black or white answer, like, oh, definitely right or definitely wrong. And it's rare that we can have such like nuanced conversations about this. I'm gonna I guess scale my expectations, right? But I do appreciate both of you.
Thank you. And to the people in the comments, I want to reiterate what my new friend here also up here is. Keep in mind, this is not black and white. We can simultaneously hate Trump and realize that Trump is not good for us, while understanding that every blind squirrel does eventually get a nut. And this might be a big nut that does a lot of good for millions and millions and millions of people.
I personally just think that the might there for me is a lot bigger than you're presenting it. But again, I'm not an expert on this.
And these people need hope. And Dan, reach out to me if you want. I would love to have a bigger conversation with you on this. If you want, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to have a bigger conversation with you about this. And I'll answer some more questions for you and put you in touch with some people if you'd like.
Okay.
And I can also send like the coordinated. There's a whole group of Iranians that have like the whole plan mapped out. It's just there's kind of like tension with like the Kurds right now too. So it's it's a lot if you don't understand like the dynamics of all of the subgroups. But anyways, I'll drop and I won't come back up. But thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna watch the video real quick. I actually have a couple like poll questions I have for chat. Super curious about your thoughts on something. But this just dropped and I don't know, it was just not working and now it's working. So let's watch this and then we'll talk about it.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out.
Sorry for the pause. I have a hot take. Okay. I have a hot take. Not sure how I feel about this take yet. But that hostage situation has domino affected to Donald Trump being elected in 2024. Is the hostage situation part of the reason why Reagan was elected? And even though Carter negotiated the release of those hostages, they weren't released until day one of Reagan's administration, so that Reagan could get credit. I don't know. Sorry.
The Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades.
Really quick before we continue, we have half of the video left. Just for those that are tuning in, right? Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social about 15 minutes ago. Okay. Currently, Israel and the U.S. are involved in conducting strikes on the capital of Iran and now other locations in Iran as well. This is a sensitive topic. TikTok is very weird with sensitive topics. So, if you don't have any coins, then don't worry about it. Don't put your credit card in. It's okay. But if you have a coin laying around, you can send a heart me. Heart me's are really good for letting the algorithm know that this is the type of live that should not be taken down. That's what I hear. We don't. The TikTok rules and regulations are kind of just like rumors. But is this animatronic? I did hear from someone that they thought it was AI. But anyway, I'm going to continue it. Just a reminder that the Obama administration, through Secretary of State John Kerry, negotiated a nuclear agreement with Iran. It was the JCPOA, and Donald Trump in his first term pulled us out of it because
they've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship.
Really quick. Remember that word, ongoing. Okay, what we heard from MAGA justifying. Can we get some soap, please? Yeah, I got you. We heard from MAGA justifying the intervention in Venezuela when we called out their hypocrisy, saying, "What about no new wars?" Right? They said, "Well, it wasn't a war. It was just a single operation, and it's over, and everything's going good now." Can't use that argument anymore. All right. We are now at war, but did Congress approve this shit? I don't even think Congress knows about this. This is a massive ongoing operation.
From threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for...
In what? In what?
May have casualties. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war, but we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
How you doing, man? Long time. Well, I'm from Israel, so I guess it's interesting here.
All right. What is the word on the ground over there?
Honestly, it's pretty chilled so far. From the rumors, it's like we are probably going to have some fire back, like in the night.
Well, would you say
What
that
it is?
like a majority of Israeli civilians are for this attack, this strike?
I absolutely think that a regime change in Iran is a good thing. And I think that Iran not being able to conduct war with its proxies is a good thing. And I think destroying the Iranian ballistic missile program is a good thing. So, yeah. What do you think about that?
I am
It's a
very, very
confliction.
skeptical about the intention. Very skeptical about the sure. So so even while I recognize that the Iran is evil and bad, that doesn't really that's not enough for me to say that I am for the attack, or well, I guess the war now. That's my take on it.
First of all, I will say that I absolutely respect that because I think that for the most part, Democrats have shifted so much leftward that whenever I speak to some currently, I either get cursed or yelled at because they don't even want to have a discussion about anything.
Wait, can you explain what
So first of all,
leftward
I will
means?
just
Hold on.
say,
What do you mean by leftward in that regard?
I think that the DSA part of the Democratic Party is absolutely demonic and is shifting the whole Democratic Party to the left.
You explain what shifting
radical
left means in this context. What is left? What is the left-right paradigm to you?
So basically, the far right will be like the Nick Fuentes, neo-Schmatzis.
What does it mean?
And
What
the
they're
far
not just
left
teams.
will be,
It means something. What does it mean?
Yeah, like okay, so well, I did say neo-Schmatzi on the right. So on the right is basically the neo-Schmatzis, on the left is the communists and the Islamist. Does it make sense?
Okay. Where do you know how it's like, it's like a spectrum, right? Left to right.
Yeah, I know.
What ideals would lead somebody to be more on the right versus what ideals would lead somebody to be more on the left? So when you say shifted leftward, what does that mean?
Okay, so if you meet a Democrat today, okay, he will probably tell you that he don't think that capitalism is a good thing, and so on, and so on, and so on, and he is very pro immigration. This wasn't really the kind of Democrat that you had, let's say, 15 years ago, okay, which did acknowledge the difference between illegals and illegal immigrants, and did, with all the faults of the capitalistic system, did support it. Do you understand?
Okay, so the thing you were right about is that the capitalism, right, and the concept of capitalism and me, right, like a situation where you're more focused on yourself rather than the collective, right? That is a good differentiator potentially between right and left. But what does immigration have to do with right and left?
I gave you examples, okay?
No, I know you. Yeah, you're using the. So you're saying shifted leftward as a ways to say became more radical, more extreme, right? But you're not actually using the term correctly when you say shifted leftward.
Yes. No, yeah. because for me, if you shift leftward from where you started, okay, just like if Trump and the MAGA and so on shifted rightward, both of them would be extremes.
MAGA's already.
You understand?
MAGA's already on the extreme.
In my eyes, the Democrats are currently.
Wait, I have a question. Wait, I have a question.
As much as I see, most of them like are part of the DSA and stuff.
I have a question, really quick. Do you support Benjamin Netanyahu?
Not particularly. I think he's corrupt.
Right. So it's the corruption that's the problem, not the not a stance on Gaza or the West Bank or anything like that.
Not the genocide.
We can have this conversation if we can do it respectfully.
I don't know why I can't. Laughing. Erica, can you have that conversation respectfully?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Don't have that combo right now, please. No, I got you, Kai. We're not having that combo. I just needed to get a gauge of where he was, right? Because chat, I want to be clear, okay? When he first said he was from Israel, okay, that's not enough of a reason to discount what he's saying. It's all the shit he said afterwards. Like, just being from Israel is not a problem. There's people in Israel just living their lives.
Why don't you just say what you disagree with me on, like, instead of attacking me personally or the place that I'm from, yada yada?
I'm not attacking the place that you're from. I'm literally defending the people of the place that you're from, just not you. It's like it's like if somebody hears that a person's from America, they shouldn't say, "Oh, fucking Trumpers," you know. Like, hold on, there's some of us that are, that are okay. Anyway, so the things I disagree with, what you said, you were implying, right, that being on the left means being more for illegal immigration. That's not true. And it also reveals to me that you have some kind of strange bias against migrants or immigrants in general.
Against?
Ooh, Erica said bias. The same time I said bias.
How did you get that?
How did I get that?
What just happened? I think I'm glitching or something.
Hear anything
I can hear myself twice. Anyway, I don't have any issues with immigrants. I do think that if you immigrant into a country, you need to take the laws of the country into account, and you cannot do it illegally. You need to do it with the legal way, aka green card, visa, yada yada. Does it make sense? By the way, when I visited the US, I of course applied for a visa, had an ESTA card, blah blah blah.
Okay, so you are for following the letter of the law then?
Of course.
Do you think this strike took place following the letter of the law?
The strikes on Iran? Yeah, I think that having like the proxies that attack Israel is kind of justification. Ballistic missiles aimed at Israel is kind of justification. Nuclear weapons that are being.
I didn't ask if the strikes were justified. I asked if they were following the letter of the law. The answer is no. You can say no, but still be for the strikes. It's okay.
Why do you think it's against international law?
Well, I didn't say international law.
Go on.
I said the law. At the very least, U.S. law would require...
Which law? Which law if it's between countries?
Okay, well, there's two countries here. So I'm from the U.S., you're from Israel. I happen to be talking about U.S. law here. We can get into international law as well. But for U.S. law, which is the one you're talking about, by the way, when you talk about immigrants coming into the U.S., you're talking about U.S. law. I don't know why you would care about immigrants coming into the U.S. But regardless, so U.S. law would require
a
declaration.
Is it just for me, or
no? I'm saying, just you were about to discount what. Hey, Erica.
Sorry, Matt. Not Matt. Damn, I'm sleepy. Dan, he has a bad signal.
Oh, does he?
He
Really
has
bad
back
signal. I
signal,
don't know what's
so
going on.
it keeps glitching for him, but it's not glitching for me or the chat.
Well, it's not glitching
him.
for me either.
Yeah, it's him. He has a bad signal, so I don't know if he even heard anything that you've said to him.
Of Wi-Fi. Let's see if it works.
Wait, were you attacking Iran? Yes. Not only are we attacking Iran, but Donald Trump just posted a video saying that there might be U.S. casualties. There might be like U.S. military casualties, but sometimes that happens with war. So, just to be clear, right? Just to be clear, before MAGA tries to say this isn't a war, when we point out the hypocrisy of no new wars, Trump called it a war. Okay.
Do you think that in general, like, war with Iran was inevitable, or was there actual ways?
Okay, great.
That
So
it
back
could
to
have
just
been-
really quick back to my question. Did you hear the thing I said about how
no, honestly, because I had like,
okay.
very bad signal.
So,
but now I think that
U.S.
I could-
law, right, would require that a president would consult with Congress or something like this. Okay, didn't do that. So that would be something where the president did not follow the law. You specifically were trying to say that the left are demonic. Remember, he said the word demonic.
The DSA part of the left.
The DSA. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the ones that want healthcare for everybody. Oh no! Imagine wanting healthcare. So the DSA are demonic because one of the examples you gave was they don't care about deporting illegal immigrants. Who fuck? Why would we? Why would anyone care? Someone came here illegally. Yeah, we should enforce our laws at the border, but we shouldn't start like killing U.S. citizens that and having Gestapo in the streets questioning you to see your papers, but based on the color of your skin or your accent. We shouldn't have that, obviously. But you are under the impression that, and this is why I stopped taking anything you said seriously once you started to reveal the type of person you were. Okay, this is why I pushed back when you said, "Oh well, they're so far to the left because they don't even recognize the difference between legal and illegal immigration." You don't care about the law. You just revealed you don't care about the law in regards to war. You probably don't care about the law. If I asked you about all of Trump's other
given that I didn't even answer your question, it's pretty weird that you are attacking me, but sure. And by the way, making like strawman arguments against somebody is pretty cheap.
What's the strawman?
The real alerts, and I really need to go. Bye bye.
What was the strawman, Ohad?
What was that?
Wait, did he run?
He just left.
Oh, hold up. We got a new runner theme.
Folks, we have a runner. That bitch ass was a runner. Said a few dumb things that they couldn't back up. Then they got real scared and then they gave up. That Smoothie was a runner. Bunna, bunna, ba, ba.
All right.
That's not go hard. Hey, I'm gonna play something for you.
Bro, Malik. Oh my god. I want to laugh, but it's so fucked up. You weren't a Gazan child, so he didn't feel like he had a chance.
Oh my god.
Go ahead, Erica.
Bruh. Oh, cha-cha-cha. I would have been so mad if the camera was facing towards me. Okay, here we go. I want you all to hear this.
I said he probably literally ran to a shelter. Jesus. Okay.
My God.
Yes.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
Broken clock.
Remember he said that?
Hmm?
All right, one more thing here. I got one more thing. This is the picture that I sent to you. If you want to pull it up, you can.
Yeah, I think I have it up right here.
Oh, don't worry, guys. I only have Matt recorded because I was showing my mom how to do the access to gift gallery. I promise, nothing nefarious is happening. I don't know what you all saw.
That's not my president talking. I need someone to stitch that with the speech they just put up.
Yes, I will.
Okay. So have some. I guess I have some thoughts and questions for fellow progressives. All right. I'm going to do a poll. I'm curious. Okay, so this is more related. This is not related to the last guest. This is related to 2 guests ago before we watched Trump's. That was Trump. Before we watched this, okay? Before we watched this, we were talking about the fact that what's going on in Iran with the no comment. What's going on in Iran with the death of civilians is really bad. And a regime change is something that Iranian citizens want. That's the premise of what I'm about to say. Now, obviously, there are a lot of reasons not to want the U.S. to get involved. Number one, we might not want U.S. to be hurt. 2, we wouldn't want to cause a power vacuum like we did with Iraq, right? Because that could lead to worse things. Number 3, it's because it's fucking this administration, and if we're going to do something like that, we wouldn't want this administration to be involved, etc. But there are a lot of reasons. Iran too. Oh yeah, well yeah, fair. There are a lot of reasons to be against this. I don't even know what to call it. Right? It's because it's technically a declaration of war, but not. I don't trust the administration to facilitate anything significant. Yeah, 100% agree. And that's why I was not as optimistic as Cat Dad when he came up here. But to be clear though, that's a position based on what we're looking at, right? We have the nuance of history. We have the nuance of or maybe nuance isn't the right word, but we have the benefit of history and hindsight. We have the knowledge of this administration and who they are and their motives and their motivations and shit like that, right? But I do have a question just to understand everyone's ideology, your philosophy, okay? I want you to pretend for a second. This is a hypothetical, okay? We're on the left, so we can engage in hypotheticals. We have functioning prefrontal cortexes. I'm going to ask you guys to engage in this hypothetical with me. I think this is super important because it will make... Yes, Erica, sorry.
Before you go into your game, per the New York Times, the Israeli military said it had detected ballistic missiles launched from Iran at the country, the first wave of Iranian retaliation in response to the U.S.-Israeli attacks earlier today. That's straight from New York Times. Sorry I sound like this. I'm sick. But yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah. And then we're getting reports that they cut off the internet in Iran. Is that true?
Yeah, they cut the internet off. And let's see here. Yeah, and Iran's armed forces are getting ready to retaliate against Israel. So, yep.
Well, that last guest, it actually be going to a shelter. Yeah, and all. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna ask this is a hypothetical question, and it's to test everyone's ideology. All right. I am very, very curious where everyone stands. I'm not even necessarily sure where I stand because obviously this isn't the situation that we're in. This is a hypothetical situation. Okay. Hypothetical situation. Again, I'm going to preface this. This is obviously not me talking about the situation we're in, because the situation we're in, we have the Trump administration, right? Very, very different situation. Let's say we have a situation where there is a massive rights human rights violations are being committed on a mass scale. Could be east side, right? Could be the murdering of thousands of protesters. Could be the starving of civilians, something like that. Okay, massive human rights violations taking place. Not in the United States. Not in the United States. Okay. Again, this is a hypothetical. I'm going to keep saying, because I know people are going to be scrolling and being like, oh shit, is Dan MAGA? No. I'm not. I swear. Okay, just listen. Hear me out. If you knew that that country, after foreign intervention, would have new leadership and would be a prospering country going forward. Okay? If you somehow knew that, would you be for US intervention? Again, this is a hypothetical. It's not something that's possible for multiple reasons. Number one, we don't have future sight. Number two, we have the Trump administration, literally the last people I would ever expect. But if we're in a hypothetical, I'm going to put up a poll. I'm very, very curious. This is a human rights catastrophe. We're talking G-side level. We're talking mass casualty event. Okay? I'm going to put up a poll, and I'm very, very curious of what everyone's position is on this. That's very hard. I know, it's a tough question. That's why I'm asking it. Okay, laughing emoji for yes, you would be for this future sight knowledge successful intervention. No for we shouldn't intervene. Yes for intervene, no for not intervene. For those that are just tuning in, we're talking about a hypothetical situation where we, instead of having the Trump administration, we have like the Bernie Sanders administration. And we somehow have the ability to see the future, and we know that the intervention is successful. Okay? This is a hypothetical. Yes, we intervene in regards to the mass human rights violations. No, we don't intervene. Yes is laughing emoji. No is crying emoji. Your moderator stopped the quick poll? Who is S username? Wait, who is S username? Who's the mod?
Who's the mod that stopped it? Wasn't me. Redo it. You got a rogue mod?
Unintentional trolley problem? Foreign agent? Okay. The Larry Ellison. Actually, maybe. Okay, hold on. The news is breaking. So before I address Eric is alt, before I address that question, let's look at what's going on.
All of those discussions, of course.
Someone just posted something breaking in chat that there was an object flying towards Israel. Is that confirmed?
And yeah, I told you that they're striking them. 30 missiles towards them. I'm screen recording something.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll follow that. In the meantime, bro, I was literally here, LOL. Using that newly developed nuclear arsenal. They're striking now. Oh, okay. He's memeing about the nuclear arsenal. Is it going to be like last time where the strike was like almost like a symbolic thing and didn't actually hit anybody or anything? It was just like they said we're officially at war. Well, I mean, Trump said it in his speech. He literally said, like, sometimes we have U.S. casualties when we go to war. Fucking said it. They did hit. Okay, let's see. Bro, we are cooked. We're cooked. I wrote Iran strike, and the first autocomplete is Polymarket. Before news. Hold on. Before the word news. We really are living in a dystopia. This is not real.
David's here. Hi, David.
How's it going?
Hi, David.
Guys, sources are telling me Benjamin Netanyahu's stable. Please, God.
Oh.
Anyone get the reference?
Wait. That's a Tim Pool, Charlie Kirk reference.
Yes. Right on the money.
Well, hold on. But if that reference is true, then Netanyahu's...
Who said that? I don't know what you're talking about.
For those that don't know the reference, so there was, that time that podcaster had a hole in his neck. So Tim Pool, known Russian asset, posted on X. Sources are telling me that Charlie is stable. Please, God. Well, technically, he didn't lie. He was stable in the dead position. Anyway.
Wow, he's rolling in his grave after that one, man. So, what's going on?
Okay, so, well, first of all, I was crashing out about the fact that I went to type Iran strikes Israel because people were talking about how they
I saw
retaliated.
that
And the first fucking autocomplete before the word news is Iran strike Polymarket. For those that don't know, somebody asked what Polymarket is. It's a place where you can bet on anything. You bet on elections. You can bet on what people will say. And apparently you can also bet on military interventions and war. I know that in the US, they just recently, like last month, made it so that, because I think Kalshi up until just recently was the only one that can operate in the US. Now Polymarket can. But like last month, they said you have to take down all your markets related to war because there was like one related to the regime change in Venezuela, and they said you cannot do this. But Polymarket operates internationally, like with crypto and shit. So they still have markets like that.
Jesus Christ.
But
man,
anyway, just the fact that that's the first thing that came up is really fucking dystopian to me.
Yeah, I agree. It should have been Kalshi. I'm joking. Sorry.
That's the first thing I was crashing out about.
Yeah.
By the way,
he posted a fucking video, dude. You know what's so? I don't mean to interrupt you because I feel like you've been interrupted just about every single time when you're about to go into detail. But I shit you not, I predicted this on stream because he was asked a question about Iran, and I feel like whenever Donald Trump is dead set on a late night attack, he's like, "Negotiations are going so bad. They're going so bad." And I say, oh, well, it's clear he doesn't really give a fuck. He's just going to strike him at midnight. And this is exactly what the fuck is going on right now. So,
okay, chat, if you have a source for Iran striking Israel, I'd like to see. I haven't seen it. Oh, this isn't live anymore. Live Al Jazeera.
Hey, man.
Yes.
You might want to read what Iran has said.
Where can I find that?
I have it here. This is
oh, sorry.
What's his name?
I can pull you up on the screen.
No.
Oh,
no more camera for me.
I literally told you I got an alert. Okay, so the right wing guy from Israel before said he got an alert. Literally why I left. That's wild. Wait, he left the box because he got an alert. That's.
Yes, he's about to be bombed.
Remember, chat. I just want it to be clear. Okay. Most civilians in Israel are innocent people that just want to live. Just not that guy.
No, this guy, he totally doesn't want to live.
Yeah.
No. He's like, who needs to live? I don't want any of that. I don't want any of this life. Wait, that's not cool there.
I said it. Yeah, no, Kai called it. Okay. All right. You sent it to me on X. Okay, I see it.
All right, is Reza Pahlavi's statement. This is Reza Pahlavi. He is a political activist and dissident in exile. So he's that guy.
Is this the person that
this is the Shah's. She related to the Shah.
Is this is the person that they were saying Iranians wanted to be in power, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the Shah's son. Yes. The Shah is the one who was installed in 1953 after they overthrew Mossadegh. All right, remember I told you about that Operation Ajax?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then like the Shah came in. The Shah was kind of like a piece of poo, or whatever. He wasn't that bad. Well, he was a piece of poo. And then they did the Iranian hostage crises thing, and they had the Ayatollah and all that jazz, and it's been hell kind of like ever since. It's been a whole thing.
Yeah, that we needed Ben Affleck to save him. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. Was Matt Damon there too, or no? Was it just George Clooney? I can't remember.
Wait, no, I'm talking about the actual movie Argo.
I know. Was George Clooney in that movie? Or was Matt Damon in that movie too?
No, I think it was just Ben Affleck. I don't think they
George
had all
Clooney wasn't in that movie.
I don't believe so.
Adam, you're the tiebreaker. Tell us. I keep calling that baby Adam.
Wait, we don't need the tiebreak. We can just look it up.
One day, David, I'm gonna get it right. I'm so sorry. My bad. Please don't be mad at me. I'm sick.
Oh, no worries. I'm just a little shocked right now. Like I don't know what's going on.
It's a lot, bro.
Okay, we're gonna read the statement from Reza Pahlavi. Really quick, by the way. Oh, actually, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna bring up the Israeli guy if he wants to talk about the. I'm curious what the alerts are.
Do we know the amount of dissidents that have been unalived by the government
In Iran?
Yeah.
I know it's like tens of thousands, right?
Yeah.
Really bad.
Holy shit.
IRGC has counterattacked. Iranians are chanting death to Khomeini in the streets, free Iran. Okay, let's read here. Okay. My dear compatriots, moments of destiny lie ahead of us. The aid that the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention, and its target is the Islamic Republic, its repressive apparatus, and its machinery of slaughter, not the country and great nation of Iran. But even with the arrival of this aid, the final victory will be forged by our hands. It is we, the people of Iran, who will finish the job in this final battle. The time to return to the streets is near. Now that the Islamic Republic is collapsing, my message to the country's military, police, and security forces is clear. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran and the Iranian people, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. Wait, can we copy paste this? Place it with Trump? Oh my God, please change. In a video game. This is hypothetical. I'm not serious. Larry Ellison.
The look of like desperation on your face at that exact moment.
It was a joke. Okay, remember, comedy is legal again. We legalized it. Elon said comedy is legal. I am kidding. All right. I'm just here with my cat and my friends. Okay. All right. You've sworn an oath to protect Iran and the Iranian people, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. Mark Kelly got really in trouble for saying something less than this, but okay. Your duty is to defend the people, not a regime that has taken our homeland hostage through repression and crime. Join the people and help bring about a stable and secure transition. Otherwise, you will go down with Khomeini's sinking ship and his regime. And my message to the President of the United States, President Trump, is this. The noble people of Iran, despite the savage repression and massacres of this regime, stood firm with courage for nearly 2 months. I now ask you to exercise the utmost caution to preserve the lives of civilians and my compatriots. The people of Iran are your natural allies and those of the free world, and they will never forget your support in the most difficult period in contemporary Iranian history. It's actually super interesting that he's finding a balance between thanking Trump but also saying, please careful around the civilian, because it's Trump, right? Like a bull in a fucking china shop. Okay. And to you, my dear compatriots in Iran, in these sensitive hours and days, more than ever, we must stay focused on our ultimate goal, reclaiming Iran. I ask you to remain in your homes for now and preserve your safety and security. Stay vigilant and ready so that at the appropriate time, which I will announce to you precisely, you can return to the streets for the final action. Follow my messages through social media and satellite media. If there are disruptions to the internet and satellite, I will stay in touch with you via radio waves. We are very close to final victory. I want to be by your side as soon as possible so that together we can take back and rebuild Iran.
عزیزم لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست
Do they speak Farsi? Or what do they speak in Iran?
They speak Iranian. You know that? They speak Iranian.
No, it's Farsi.
That's what they do.
Okay, it is Farsi. Okay, I was gonna say because I was like, I do not understand any of that. And then
David.
okay, I was just gonna say because I don't understand any of that. And usually, even though my Arabic is a little bit shaky, I didn't get any of that. I was like, right, they don't speak Arabic. Okay, Farsi or Arabic. Okay, well, I don't think he's speaking Arabic. Okay, all right. I want to get back to the question that I had asked before because I think it's really important. Oh, actually, first, thoughts on the statement, Erica.
No, it's exactly what you said. And so he's trying to find a weird balance between like, yeah, Trump is doing exactly what the Iranian people want him to do, but hey, take it easy now.
Yeah.
don't do too much. Just do enough. Hit your targets. Don't kill civilians. But Donald Trump, oh God. I need a nap.
It's like, yeah. David, thoughts?
I don't know. I feel like he should have no faith in the Trump administration to really focus on ensuring the opposition party takes the reins of power. Like, I don't think they really care much for the future of the Iranian government and its people.
Or the Iranian people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just realized that. Okay. Explosions heard in northern Israel as the country works to intercept incoming Iranian missiles after launching a nationwide attack with U.S. on Iran. Patriarchy time.
So this was a joint offensive by like the United States and Israel?
They're calling it preemptive strikes. And between the U.S. and Israel.
Here comes another 12-day war. Who's excited?
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the hypothetical. I'm actually glad you two are here because I think this is really important for shaping, like, I guess the left going forward, because obviously this is something where I guess like neoliberals, right, would be more of the pro-interventionist people, and then someone like Bernie is more I don't want to use the word isolationist. It's like a dirty word because of Trump, but kind of more isolationist, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I presented the hypothetical in a very specific way, where it's a situation that we know, and this is hypothetical, situation where we know that after intervention, it will lead to a more prosperous country going forward, right? I believe more than half of chat still wouldn't want to intervene. And I have to say, I think I disagree. Like the situations that I mentioned, and to be clear, I might even disagree with people on the panel here. The situations I mentioned, genocide, right? Mass starvation event, mass termination of, or execution rather, of protesters. Prosperous for whom? In this hypothetical, prosperous for the country, the civilians of the country, right? The hypothetical I presented, again, this is essentially not related to now because we have Donald Trump, right? And when we have the hindsight of history of U.S. intervention. This is just a hypothetical to test people's ideology, right? Because I personally don't. I'm not an isolationist. I don't believe in tariffs. I don't believe in mostly. I don't believe in tariffs generally. I don't believe in wanting to bring back jobs to our country, and I also don't believe in cutting off USAID. Right? A lot of progressives, in fact, I would imagine all progressives were super against Doge getting rid of USAID. But what is USAID if not just intervention? Yes, military intervention is different, and practically with what we know about history and with especially this administration, practically we know that it's likely not going to it's likely not going to lead to this sunshine and rainbows situation. But I'm just giving a hypothetical to stop a G-side, multilateral intervention in a heartbeat. Yeah, so that's I guess my take on it. And I'm if you studied it for 20 years, you would have a more mature perspective on it than the babies are evil too. Oh my god, was that fucking Hassan's take? Oh my god, Hassan Piker.
Settler colonial babies, bud.
Yeah, the settler colonial babies. Okay. Anyway, who's going to intervene for us? That's a great question. I agree. I think we're probably getting to that point. They're going to do this to suspend elections. I won't participate in a hypothetical like that.
I want to.
You're both welcome. Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Listen, I think that the international institutions have been disregarded for a really long time, and depending on where you stand in like the international hierarchy of power, you can seemingly just disregard all these norms, insofar as like you're not doing it in a way that intervenes with other big players' interests. And I believe the United States is probably one of the only countries equipped to establish some form of enforcement of said laws. So to unalive tens of thousands of dissidents, I think it's clear that that government should face some level of accountability. But the only problem is that in the real world, these things are incredibly uncertain, and the only successful regime change that comes to mind is probably Panama, when they unseated Noriega. So if I didn't know the future, I'd be incredibly hesitant, obviously. But since you know the result, I'd be relatively comfortable with intervention.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's about where I'm at. Like, given the real world, we know that situations like this are not cut and dry. And with the hindsight of history, we know that it's probably not going to be a good outcome. But in the hypothetical, I think, we're on the same page there. Erica, your thoughts?
I don't really want to engage in a hypothetical, but I can only look to history to see how these things kind of work out for the indigenous people, so the people of that land. And unfortunately, U.S. intervention typically leads to death and destruction. We are not good with regime change at all. Our track record is pretty awful. Like David said, Panama is really the only one that has worked. Like Guatemala didn't work. That led to a 36 years long civil war. Fucking what's the other place? Chile didn't work. I mean, Pinochet ended up being a ruthless dictator who unalived and disappeared people by the thousands. Iran didn't work out. We already talked about that. So, you know,
when you come out of that, when you go out of the hypothetical and factor in the reality around us, I think we're mostly on the same page, at least on the left.
Yeah.
Like, I can't speak to the thing about the right. I want to point out, by the way, what's going to happen. Okay, what is going to happen for everyone to prepare? All right. Trumpers, right? People that are going to come up to various debate panels, to Erica's panel, to my panel, are going to say, they're going to talk about how bad things were for civilians in Iran, and they're going to say that Democrats support dictators and murderous regimes and blah blah blah. Right? They do not have the moral high ground or the logical consistency to make that argument, because they were the ones that voted for Donald Trump because of no new wars, right? That was them.
Yep.
They were the ones that said, "Oh, we should stop." Oh, there's shit going on right now.
Iranians said it before, and I think it's clear that they are going to.
Okay, they were the ones that said we shouldn't get involved in Ukraine, even though we have an agreement to get involved. Like, we literally promised to protect them if they give up their nukes, right? There's more of a reason to help Ukraine, especially in a situation where we don't even use our military, right? With just it's a lot of it was lend lease, a lot of it is money that's gonna be paid back, etc. We have more of a reason, and the right didn't want to. They're no, we shouldn't do any military intervention. So what I want to say, America first, yeah, exactly. So what I want to say is there are valid reasons to maybe be okay with taking down Khomeini. None of them are can come from the right, and do not let them claim that moral high ground. They can't do it. They can't do it because it's just inconsistent with all of the things that they've been preaching up till this point.
I wanted to add to that, and I feel like people don't focus on that enough. I think the conservative party in America waived its right to critically engage with just about anything of like significant importance, whether that be foreign policy when they blame the Ukraine war on fucking Joe Biden, whether that be elections, whether that be the rule of law, whether that be just about anything. But I feel like people just forgot a lot of these positions that they were allegedly like so strict on, like no new wars, no foreign intervention. And we've seen how many instances? I mean, we saw the 12-day war, we saw what we did in Venezuela, and all of these things have been justified time and time again. So it's like, yeah, it's tough. Pretty tough. I
So
believe it. I'm seeing reports on AP that they struck the capital.
the capital of Israel?
No, the capital of Iran.
Oh yeah. They struck Tehran. They struck the residence of Khomeini, and the IRGC building. Qatar says security situation stable amid Israeli attack on Iran. U.S. envoy to Iran thanks Trump. Netanyahu says attack aims to remove existential threat. Additional barrage of missiles launched towards Israel, Army says. Wow. Department of War just tweeted in all caps, Operation Epic Fury.
Wow, what a shit name. Is it better than Midnight Hammer? That's the real question.
Midnight Hammer sounded like a
Midnight Hammer.
Sounded like a porn movie.
Midnight Hammer.
Who tweeted that? The Department of War.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Remember, no new wars. The President of Peace, and then immediately changes the name of the Department of Defense to Department of War. I just woke up to go to the bathroom and we are at war. Yeah. Trump said in his video here. I'm gonna go to the. Anyone remember where he said it about the middle?
It was near the end.
Near the
so
end.
Go forward,
yeah,
like right
here.
there.
Member, as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But
the lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
I wanted to. This is unverified as of this moment. I don't think Iran has confirmed this, but people are saying that the defense minister was eliminated in the strikes. Amir Hatimi, I believe is.
I'm sure it'll be should be confirmed shortly if it's because everything so far that like has popped up in chat has then been confirmed shortly after. So let's see.
We'll see though. I don't know.
Iran, just take us out.
You mentioned regime change hypothetically in a video game. I'm just curious, like who would possibly do it though? That's the only issue. Maybe a coalition of states.
Yeah, I mean it'd have to be like Europe and
one day, guys.
I don't know. The problem is the U.S. military is just.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
I went off this timeline. Where's Dr. Strange? Islamic regime. Oh, it's all.
How can you say that?
I don't
Shit
even.
just started. What? What the fuck? So quick to judge, I guess. Yeah, it's guys.
Got
This
their
is so
nuke.
great. This is the most successful attack ever. Everybody.
The U.S. military is what? Oh, it's big. It's really big. But I was. It's a thing. It's from before. We were talking about something before. Anyway.
Is this real?
Nah, Dan, we got to talk. Europe started the issue. No, wait, Malik. I'm not saying who has the moral high ground. I'm saying in the hypothetical that I mentioned earlier and that David just brought up again. Who would free us? Right? Who could? It's not like a Europe glaze. It's just like feasibly.
Hey, Dan.
Yes.
They haven't confirmed any reports about the, like we said, about the defense minister, but Israeli media is saying that the commander in chief of the Iranian army, General Amir Hatami, that he has been unalived in the strikes. I think I'm
The media
gonna.
lie, guys. They tell the truth like all the time. So
Exactly. So I don't know. Iran hasn't confirmed much of anything yet, other than that they've been struck, and that the Ayatollah is at a safe space, and that they are gonna strike Israel, which has already happened. Supposedly strikes in northern Israel, but I sound like MAGA. I think I should go around to MAGA panels and troll them. I don't know, because you know how they always sound like they need to blow their noses.
Wait a second. You know the Ayatollah hates women, right?
Oh, you're one
you
of
shouldn't
these
be
people.
talking. No,
Bro.
no, the
Bro.
Ayatollah hates women.
Bro. No
That
one
drives
here is
me
defending.
nuts.
Say, Smoothie.
No,
Hey,
no, wait,
hey,
wait a second.
hey. No one's defending the Ayatollah. No one's defending the Ayatollah. Okay. Now that we're on that page, do you want to come at it a different way?
Women and fake women got to be unalive.
Remember, no one is the. Oh, you're one of those. Okay.
Oh, he's one of those people.
He's
He's
one of those.
weird. Peculiar.
Chat, when we do regime change in the US, he's going to be one of the ones that hypothetically, kidding, joking, the meme. We're talking about One Piece. Luffy went to Alabasta, beat up that sand guy. Talking about One Piece. Okay.
I'm not joking, guys. I think states should launch investigations into a lot of these people. Video game.
Unironic. Well, I said this and I stand 10 toes down on it. From August of 2025 onward, if you support Trump, I genuinely think your hard drive needs to be checked. Like that's
agreed.
Yeah, like it's okay. U.S. and Israel launch. Okay, well, it said new update. Where's the new update? Israel says Iran launches retaliatory strikes. The IDF says Iran fired missiles towards Israel in response to the attack. In a statement, the Israel Defense Forces say sirens were sounded in several areas across the country following the identification of missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. Israeli Air Force is operating to intercept.
Come on, man.
Okay, so not much there. I'm violently getting you healthcare. I don't care if you want to pay for it. Thank you, Belinda, so much for the 100 roses. Iran done. Okay. Do we have a use for someone like do we leave him in chat for the engagement, or do we just block him? Because this is just like a vile human, right?
Why is this person following me? That's disgusting.
So we can track.
You need to take a shower from just this guy's follow. I think warrants a shower.
Wash your hands.
Okay, everyone send block. Bye, Michael. Eat shit. Also, get ready for the draft because you're going first.
I'm pretty sure I've talked to that guy before. He kept on talking about he was from Detroit. I'm pretty sure it was him. I recognize him.
Everyone, watch your phone. Okay. Where were we?
Entire nation is behind you. The entire nation is praying for your victory. 2,005 years ago, the old Persian Empire had the same goal to exterminate our nation, yet
I'm gonna be honest. I think the translator is struggling because
Why is he reading it like that?
Netanyahu's talking pretty fast, and he's not keeping up.
Mordecai, the king, and these glorious feast days, they stood up, and the tyrant ruler of Persia, Cyrus,
Translator
had
fighting for his
fallen.
life.
Equally, the current criminal regime of Iran will fall.
Amen.
Oh, it's Saturday. The
We
translator planned to have his day off.
crying out this lion's roar. We are standing tall as.
That was Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking
right?
to Israel.
What's up, David?
Who better to call out the criminal state than another criminal state? Amen.
Yeah, it takes one to know one, right?
I mean, Netanyahu's a pro in this shit, so if he thinks Iran's bad, that says something.
I got next one.
I'm sick of this nonsense.
Uh,
Sleep 2 hours ago.
Hi, welcome up. Hello?
How's it going?
Up.
Yeah, exactly. Benny's a freaking. Oh my god.
What?
How are we okay with this guy? How are people like? How is he a world leader?
I don't know if you're talking about Netanyahu or Trump, but
And well, both, honestly. But I mean Benny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, he didn't his party lose seats in the last election, but they like did a coalition government or something like that. I know his popularity is waning in Israel. Just yeah, it sucks. I mean, sometimes right wing governments win, and then they just don't lose for a long time. MAGA thinks this is the strongman move.
They so stupid.
Jesus Christ.
All
Curious to
right.
see what all the pundits have to say.
Yeah, I was
Go
just
ahead,
gonna,
Dave.
I was just gonna say I think David hit the nail on the head. Like MAGA just they've ceded the ability to have any of these conversations reasonably because clearly their ideology just changes to whatever Donald Trump does, they will back it, right? So I mean they can't talk about election integrity or elections. They can't talk about immigration. They certainly can't talk about foreign affairs. Like just every economic policy, all of it. It's like this isn't the conversation that they're equipped to have. Like they can't come up with me and be like, "This is a good thing for the people of Iran." It's like, bro, you literally don't care about anyone but yourself. You said you didn't want to help the people of Ukraine when we didn't need to risk U.S. U.S. Military lives. Now Trump is saying that we're probably going to lose U.S. lives. And now you care about the people in Iran? Get the fuck out of here. You care about backing whatever Trump does. Okay? You said no new wars. You said Kamala was going to start World War III. You said all of this bullshit. Just say it with your chest. I wish they would just be so much more open about it. Just I'm going to back everything Trump does.
I didn't want to vote for a black woman.
I'm going to back everything Trump does because otherwise I would have to admit that the reason I didn't vote for her was that she was a black woman. Or the reason I didn't vote for her or whatever Democrat would have been because I really don't like immigrants, which is an extension.
It really comes down to admitting their own shortcomings, which they won't do.
You see my confusion with Cat that? No, Malik, I get it. Trust me, I get it. Okay. That's why I set up that whole hypothetical, because without the hypothetical, I think it would be the votes would all be one way and then Cat Dad. So like that's why I set up the hypothetical. But I don't think we should discount just how bad like the Iranian regime was. And I want to say I don't think it'll happen. Okay, I don't think we're going to see progressives defending Khomeini, but I did see a couple fucking I won't even call them progressives, but like leftists saying that like Maduro wasn't that bad.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, and that like I certainly don't want anyone following me to get the idea that being against U.S. intervention because of the history of the failures of U.S. intervention, and being against the Trump administration in particular doing U.S. intervention because we know that their intentions are not benevolent, doesn't mean support for the regime of Iran or the regime of Venezuela or whatever other dictatorial regime. I mean, I guess we're just doing regime change now. But yeah, I just want it to be clear. I don't want us to get into this like this like all or nothing thing, because foreign affairs are not black and white.
Well, look at what we're doing in Cuba right now. The embargo is nobody's talking about it. It's insane what they are putting Cuba through right now, and for what? For oil, for you know, putting it on communism still. You know, they've existed for how long, and now suddenly we're like this put on country. We're it's unfair. It's unfair what they're doing to Cuba right now, and people aren't paying much attention to it right now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, thanks to the shock doctrine, coined by Steve Bannon, or maybe it wasn't coined by Steve Bannon, but put forth by Steve Bannon, we don't have time. We fucking don't have time to pay attention to it. But you're right. And Cuba is an interesting case. Unlike somewhere like Iran, Cuba, I think, would be flourishing right now if not for ongoing U.S. intervention. Yes. Exactly.
Oh my God.
That's why, by the way, I said right now specifically because obviously Iran had previous U.S. intervention. So I meant ongoing.
Well, our little, you know, Venezuela adventure has swayed what has happened in Cuba now, and now they're literally they don't even have
Trump
power.
is live.
Oh my God.
Who's live?
The big T, allegedly.
Oh God. I just want to go to sleep.
I can't.
I mean, they might. Hold on. It's someone in chat. They could just be wrong. Where is he live? No, I'm on the White
We
House.
already saw that video. Is it on
The WhiteHouse.gov has become like such a cesspool.
Whenever socialist or communist ideals begin to succeed, the U.S. has to make it fail.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, this is it. Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. No, like, okay. This was literally the reason for the Vietnam War. Like, there wasn't any reason other than communism bad. Like, there wasn't bad things happening in Vietnam. It was just, oh, communism is flourishing. We need to stop that. Unironically. Go ahead, Erica. I saw you had your hand up.
What was that? That was called something where we thought that we had to, it was a policy that we had where we thought we had to stop communism all across the globe. It wasn't McCarthyism. That was different because that was homebound.
That was
they did the persecution.
The Red Scare?
Yeah, the Red Scare. Was it something like that? Yeah, where they thought they had to
containment.
Yeah, had to stop it all around the world.
Yeah. Well, he said it's because of drug. No, hold on. No, that was the.
Okay.
Was that? Oh wait, am I mixing up Vietnam War and Korean War?
Korean War was to stop communism.
Oh, okay.
The
I might be
Korean
thinking.
War was.
Okay, I might be thinking of like they're both about communism, but one like had a like the pretext of drugs. But I think one
that would be Vietnam.
Okay, so it might have been the Korean War. Apologies. Where the stated reason was to stop communism.
Yeah, stopping communism.
Yeah.
But did it work? No, it didn't. It did not work. That's why we have South Korea and North Korea. I was about to say something. You made me forget. Fudge Stickles. God dang it. I had a really good point. Oh, man, Dan. Shoot.
All right, chat. Everyone, just assume Erica made a really good point. Let's get some W Ericas in the chat. I know she was about to cook, for sure.
Fudge Stickles. I was about to make I had a point. I forgot what it was. I'll think about it. I'll be back. Oh, I got it now. It came back to me. Okay, so speaking of communism, right, and like basically like Western powers, specifically the U.S., always intervening to basically put a stop to it by any means necessary, really, right? That's why, like, when people talk about the Nordic countries, like Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland, Norway, Finland, and Iceland, so on and so forth. All right, they call themselves socialist democracies, right? Like
Social
so social,
democracies,
yeah, social democracy, right? And so like people were like, well, that's socialism, and I'm like, no, it's not. That's capitalism. All right, that's just regulated heavily at times capitalism. All right, because if they actually had found the key to do socialism, all right, in
The
this
US would
world, if they
intervene.
found it, the U.S. would totally intervene, and they would drop boom booms, all right, on those countries. However, that ain't nothing but capitalism with some rules. Whereas here in the States, we pretty much have unfettered capitalism. There's no regulations on it, really. Everybody's free market for everybody. All right, so here we are. But yeah, that's why that's not communism. So I hate when people say that social democracies are communist, because they're not. They're just simply not. Because if they were, we wouldn't let it. This when I say we, I gotta stop talking about we like
Like
I'm part of
yeah.
shit.
like you support American intervention.
Yeah, God, I gotta tell you one thing. And then I promise I'm gonna shut up after this. I promise. But I was talking to my bro who's been feeding me all this information. Like he's so fucking awesome. Shout out to Corey. Um, but Corey just did the same thing earlier. He was like, "What do I mean we? I ain't got shit to do with this, right?" And I was like, "You so patriotic." He was like, "Huh." He was like, "Let me say yes, just in case they listening." So I said this. I said, "Nope, I'm not." I said, "Fuck this country and this orange shitty booty head ass wannabe dictator, fat ankle having ugly ass bitch made mango colored 2 steps to the front leaning toupee wearing stank ass president." I'm done. I'm gonna drop now. Bye. Bye, David. Bye,
royal
Malik.
we.
Bye, Barry.
The royal
Bye,
we.
Erica. Thank you so much. Damn, that was good.
No, she was cooking. I'm so glad that she got the train of thought back.
Yeah, and like without missing a beat too. Hold on, that was giving. Let me pull it up. Yeah,
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
like she was on the Jasmine Crockett timing. What is this? How does she remember? Special beam cannon. Oh my god! I already know who's wearing that tie. I know who this is. No. Okay.
I wonder who that is, man. The big Kirkatron. Wow, that's incredible.
Standing on it.
Damn. Remember when that was the biggest story?
What were you guys? That's my 9/11, guys. That was great.
Well, it was pretty close to 9/11.
I had interviewed for a job that day and I got the job.
I was in class and my friend mentioned it and I was like, "Oh, you're just fucking trolling, right?" And I go on Twitter and my fucking heart drops because that's the first thing that came up. It was crazy.
Oh my god.
What a day.
Oh, Malik, did you come up just to post that meme, or did you have something you wanted to...
I did have something I wanted to. You know, I'm never gonna not take an opportunity to kirk someone. But yes, I wanted to bring up like the Red Scare because Erica had touched on it. The biggest confusion why so much stigma is around communism is because people genuinely misunderstand the difference between private property and personal property. Water bottle companies existing like Nestle, that would be an example of private property because you pay for a resource that you need to live. The water is free, you're paying for the packaging in the bottles. Personal property is your house and your toothbrush. You get to own that in communism. That is not what the state does. It says that you own one that you can live in, and then any other additional ones, like the landlords and the property owners, they would have to pay premiums on those. Before, in the New Deal era of the US, Social Security is built on socialism. It is built on the government paying into the people, not the people paying into the government and not getting any returns on that payment. Your taxes are supposed to be paying for stuff, not stuff like Israel subsidized healthcare or Israel's subsidized education. Why is the country that is
striking Iran in the middle of the night, also getting education off of our taxpayer money, while the students here have to pay, and older generations that had to pay student debts that are mounting racks on debt. Why are we subsidizing another country's healthcare before we look at our own citizens like we used to? Personal property is the stuff that we are all entitled to as people who want to live, which is food, housing, and shelter, which the US government provides in abundance and burns before it gives to people, including the food that was dedicated to US aid, which you had brought up earlier, Dan. We burn that instead of giving that out, even though we already paid for it.
Well, that's true, but we gotta prove that by voting for people who will enforce those values.
Really quick, a couple quick thoughts on that. I think you're right about the distinction between personal and private property. I think that's like probably like the dumbest people among us. What's it called? That's their criticism of communism, right? That's oh, no one will own anything, and no one will. Oh, who's gonna do the shitty jobs, right? That's like the dumb people.
It's a Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah. I think a lot of pushback, at least from more people in the center, or maybe even more people on the left, is more so in regards to how this is set up and who would be setting it up. Because so far, it seemed as though, now a lot of these cases are probably skewed by American intervention, but it seemed as though a lot of countries that want to implement something like this, due to corruption or due to the greed of the people in power or whatever it might be, it ends up not being what it's that's what I've seen is the criticism from more reasonable people, not the actual criticism of the philosophy, like I can't own my toothbrush, right? That's just my first thought. Second thought, everyone's talking about UAE.
I know that you're solid on that, Dan. I just wanted to put that out into the ether.
Other thing that I do want to slightly push back on is the U.S. does not technically subsidize Israel's education or healthcare. U.S. Support of Israel is for their military. Now, that doesn't. I'm not for it, but I just want to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's, because I think it's like it's. I feel like it's important to be accurate about stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. I could look into that one more, and I could take that. That's not the case. I might be misremembering something. So yeah.
Well, no, it's a common talking point from the left, and it's a fair talk. It's the talking point could still be right. Why are we the richest country on earth, and the only developed country on earth that doesn't provide healthcare to citizens? Why can we support a regime like Israel and fucking Saudi Arabia and UAE and other regimes, by the way, as well? Why can we support all of them, but we can't fucking provide healthcare? You could still make that point without saying something that's technically false, which is, we pay for Israel's healthcare. That's not true. And it's a distinction without a difference. I don't think that's true.
No, if it's not the case, it's not the case. I can update my information based on the new context.
Saudi and UAE don't nearly get enough hate. Thank you. Yes, I agree. I think I think they in a lot of cases are just as bad as Israel. I mean, UAE is funding the ethnic cleansing in Sudan, right?
Ooh, okay, Erica made a good point in the comments too, that because we provide so much in military aid.
Now that
the money to provide free
hold
healthcare
on,
and education.
liberals. I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to go to fucking bed. So,
how long have you been trying to find a lull?
Love y'all.
All right,
Stay
bro.
safe,
Have a good
everybody.
night.
Don't do anything stupid. Don't break the law. Eat healthy. Sleep even better. Can't say the other part because it might get you flagged. But hey, man, y'all, peace out. Have a great night. Thank you for letting me up, liberal.
Yeah, of course. Anytime. Bye.
Hey, man.
Keep it real.
Peace out, guys.
Qatar super bad and they gave them the World Cup. I don't know enough about Qatar. Barry, did you have any final thoughts?
What are we talking about specifically? Like, dude, like, what somebody just said about World Cup, dude, soccer and its like effect on the world at large is kind of crazy.
Understated.
The FIFA, it's scary. It's honestly scary, and like, I mean, I'm American clearly, so I don't really
Wait,
care
what's
about
going on in Bahrain?
I don't really care about football, but like I'm amazed at how many people like will allow atrocities, literal atrocities, to be able to allow FIFA World Cup to take over the world.
So this is going to be updated soon, likely, but they also have explosions in Qatar and also the UAE. They have explosions going on in Bahrain. A base in Bahrain was supposedly bombed. So
by who?
I came in here because I was wondering about what was going on in Iran, and now I'm seeing it. Like, oh my god!
All right. Well, Barry, thank you so much for coming up.
Hey, thank you.
By who?
Oh, by Iran.
And what is the reason?
U.S. bases.
Oh, U.S. bases. Oh, okay, I missed that part. Oh.
It's like it's dawning on you what's happening. That's not a good thing. We don't want them to get involved. But yeah.
This has been the most insane 3 hours of my life.
I just want to go to sleep, man. But I feel like I'm gonna miss something. Something like big. This is big, but something bigger.
Iron Dome is currently intercepting.
Just recovered from a work trip nap, so I'm up for the foreseeable future.
Is it too late to buy oil stocks?
It's not too late to put a
I don't
call
think
sheet
so.
line, though. I'm kidding. I hate e-betting. Please get
I
e-betting
would.
gone.
I would buy.
Amal had a weird laugh, right?
Political FOMO is real. I don't care what anyone says.
Political FOMO. I'm gonna wrap my head around it. Well, I mean, I guess I hope for as few civilian casualties as possible. I hope none of our servicemen are hurt. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's fucking wild. UAE taking
But
hits
you
was
know what?
unexpected to me, but it's U.S. bases in the UAE, right? That
Yes. And people are shutting down. Someone just said it. So basically how the news has been happening in recent, like pretty much in recent years, you know this, Dan, is that it's on Twitter or X first, and then it goes to like the Times or Reuters and the AP, and then like ABC, CBS, NBC, they pick it up. So it's on Twitter first, and then we'll see it updated on
that is true, but there is a caveat. There is a lot on Twitter first, and
There's
only
a
a bit of it
lot.
is true.
That is very true.
But whatever that
too.
true thing was, did hit Twitter first.
Yep.
Glad my brother is retired from the Navy. I have friends in UAE, teachers work abroad. Come on, and DMs. Okay.
I was just thinking, I was like, I'm glad that my cousin is retired. So he's not in Bahrain because he was stationed there.
Look, Erica, a few months ago, my cousin was looking to enlist because he's been looking for a job and unsuccessful, but he wasn't able to get through, and I couldn't be happier. I'm not gonna lie. That's a sick reality to live in.
Oh man.
FIFA pledges $50 million Gaza soccer stadium at Board of Peace meeting.
Yeah. Hey Eli.
Hey Eli. I gotta wrap my head around this one. The Gaza Strip is in ruins with entire city neighborhoods reduced to rubble and serious questions about rebuilding basic water and sewage facilities, roads, electrical. This is on ESPN, by the way. This is
Where have you been? This is a few days ago.
I missed this, and I guess Liam missed it too.
Not even a few, like a week ago. Yeah. This is stupid.
Widespread starvation, but a gleaming new national soccer stadium for an area devastated by plus years of a war between it. That's covered, or so promises the sports national governing body. The unusual pledge was part of a showy and often strange display of political theater at the inaugural of Trump's Board of Peace. I can't read this anymore. I'm sorry. U.S. donated $10 billion to the Board of Peace. Yeah, aka Donald Trump's pocket.
Have you ever seen the FIFA documentary on Netflix? It's a really good entry point into how corrupt that organization is.
I saw an even entry point, which is I saw the Last Week Tonight segment on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I should watch that.
I didn't see the Netflix one, but I did see the Last Week Tonight one.
John Oliver is my political compass. If you're leaning towards John Oliver, you're okay with me.
Bro, you know what's funny?
I love him.
You ever you're driving, right? And you think about like, what would I do if I was president? You ever do that? Shower or something?
I've done it before.
So one of the things that I thought about, like obviously there's a lot of stuff. Healthcare and
can we watch it?
Codifying. I'm sorry?
Can we watch the FIFA thing? I'll send you the link.
The Netflix one or the John Oliver one?
John Oliver.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
3 times over.
While we wait for updates, but yeah. So like obviously there's like the big stuff, right? A national codification of Roe v. Wade, a legislative overturn of Citizens United, that type of shit, right? Big stuff. But then I think about, okay, what about the small stuff? So I always said like I would get rid of the penny, and you know what? Trump, broken clock, got rid of the penny. It's one of the 3 things I agree with him over the past 10 years. Right? Another thing that I thought of, this was a Dan original. Maybe like once a month. I don't know how busy a president is. Okay, so maybe once every 2 weeks. I don't know. I have a meeting with people like John Oliver, people like Adam Conover, people, and you know what? Actually, it's probably more their producers or whoever they're researchers, right?
But
Basically,
Zach Fox in that room.
Who?
Zach Fox needs to be in that room.
Okay. Yeah, and like, just what are like small, seemingly small and unnoticed problems that are actually bigger than we think.
Sorry, guys, I have to update. So Bahrain has confirmed. Let me make sure I read it correctly here. Come on, computer. Okay. Jesus Christ. Bahrain has confirmed that the Navy's 5th Fleet base has been targeted. This is from the AP.
Okay, targeted, but has
It
it
was
been
bombed.
struck?
Let me make sure. Jesus Christ, of Latter-day Saints, people. Missiles intercepted in Jerusalem at the joint U.S. Israel. Yeah, headquarters of U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain attacked. So yeah, it was bombed.
And we don't know anything about casualties right now.
Nope, not yet.
Silverton. Explosions reported in Bahrain's U.S. Navy 5th.
Bahrain says, all they said is that Bahrain says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack. It offered no other immediate information about the attack.
Poly market Khomeini out by March went up 20. From wait to what? Because right now I would have it at like, I'd probably have it at like 80%. What do you have? The U.S. military is getting involved. How long is it going to take?
Oh wow! Israel says attack on Iran was coordinated with U.S. months ahead. It's just a blurb, not a full article, but this is per the AP. It says Israel said the attack against Iran was a broad, coordinated, and joint operation against the regime that had been planned for months between the Israeli and U.S. military. Meanwhile, blah blah blah, la 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 la. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's just a blurb about what's going on in Tehran. Wait a minute. They were just meeting in Geneva, right? Wasn't it in Geneva for like talks and whatnot, and then Israel walked away from the talks. But my whole thing is, what's the purpose of even holding these talks
We were already
if you already
planning
knew what
this.
you were going to do? Fucking political
And
theater, man.
we released a criminal from U.S. custody to go back to Israel who was caught in a CSAM sting.
God.
What?
Yes, that was like November of last year.
I ain't gonna hold you. I honestly think they probably been. He said months in advance. I think they probably been planning this nonsense since friggin' June when they ended the 12 days war. I think they probably been planning it since then.
There were
Tap tap
reports that
tap
came
screen,
out that
y'all.
the strikes were practiced under the Biden administration,
This is
like
crazy.
military exercises.
Calypso connecting the red strings. That's why Trump taking oil by force. Maybe Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. That would be why. I don't think the Trump administration is thinking that far ahead. But that would be
if they
wild.
close it straight, we are fucked.
Yeah.
Which is probably why we got to Venezuela and their oil reserves, because they isn't the largest natural oil reserve in the world?
I think tomorrow I am going to just do a video reading my text message to my friend. And that's just the video. Nothing else, nothing more. I'm sick and tired of Donald Trump. I'm just tired.
Malik, you are correct. Venezuela, 330 billion barrels.
I'm fucking tired.
Yeah, I agree with you, Erica. Oh, tomorrow. Wait, we have something to talk about for tomorrow. Did we?
Yes.
Hoping that this doesn't lead us to having to cancel. I don't think it will, but
We're gonna have to do it a little later. It'll probably be like a nighttime thing. So like maybe 7:30 Pacific Standard Time.
Well, I had proposed 10 Eastern, so you're thinking 10:30 then?
That's 7 p.m.
Okay.
Damn, that's late.
Yeah.
For the East Coast, not for me though. I'm Mountain Time. I'm in the mountains.
Well, I mean, given when I go live, it is. Okay, so tomorrow
Did
night.
you go live at like 1 today?
Listen, in Spain, sometimes they don't start streaming until what's the meme? Someone tapped a sign.
They eat dinner at like 11 p.m.
They eat dinner that late in Spain? Is the same thing in
because
Barcelona?
their days start later. They don't get up before like 11 o'clock.
Wait, was Jan? I thought she was just bullshitting. Is that really? Hold up. Let me get the meme for people that don't know what I'm talking about.
Radical proposal is I violently want you to have a 4-day work week. I don't care if you want to work 5 days a week. I think you should work 4. You work hard enough.
Okay, actually, I cannot find the meme. Yep. All right. Anyway, what are we talking about? Tomorrow night, we are having a special panel to celebrate Black History Month. Okay. We're going to have some of the best creators on the platform, and as well as
I was not invited.
Erica is going to be there. And I think it's going to be. I know it seems strange that with what's going on in Iran, it's like it almost seems like we should have announced this beforehand. But still, okay, we have some really cool stuff planned. We're going to talk about the history going back to even before the United States was formed. We are going to honor those that we've lost recently. We've actually lost a lot just in this year, just 2026. And Erica will be there with mid jokes. Damn.
Someone said I'd be there with mid jokes. Wow, you really don't like me, do you?
I can't. I can't. I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's real hate or.
Maybe they were trying to use swipe to text to say dad jokes.
Oh,
I just
maybe.
they need a timeout.
But yeah.
Yeah, I would have muted.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about some stuff that our public schools didn't talk about.
No.
I think it's kind of wild that like a lot of American children come out of school, only knowing about like,
White
just a
people.
handful of,
Oh, sorry.
Just a handful of, influential Black Americans. So like George Washington Carver, no offense, but the fact that we all know that he invented peanut butter, but we don't know about so for example, who we just lost Joanne Bland, okay? How many people know who Joanne Bland was versus George Washington Carver?
Mm-mm. Who's that? I'm honest.
Oh damn. Okay, hold on.
The name sounds familiar, but I can't remember what she was credited for.
Okay. She's the co-founder and former director of the National Voting Rights Museum in Selma, Alabama. Bland was a highly active participant in the civil rights movement from her earliest days and was the youngest person to have been jailed during any civil rights demonstration during that period. I think she was
arrested 13 times before she was 11 years old for it's for protesting. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. No, she's goated.
She just passed away like a few days ago.
I didn't know who she was until she passed away. And I think that's a crime. I think we should like I feel like there's so many other icons like this that people just don't know about. And so I think it would be cool if we all learned about them together. So tune in tomorrow night.
Schools get targeted for that, and their funding gets threatened when they try to bring a nuanced perspective.
Yep.
There was
Yippers.
Someone else just passed recently who, if I'm thinking of the right person, they had a similar situation with Rosa Parks, but
Claudette Colvin.
Colvin, yes.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff with her in regards to why she wasn't the face of the bus boycotts. One being that she was a teenager, a pregnant teenager, and then also like colorism was involved too.
I also read it was because her skin was darker.
Yeah, so it was a whole lot of mess. But yeah, Claudette Colvin. But I learned something fascinating. But before I say any names, I'm gonna have to look up his name again. But this was in New York City where this happened, and he actually was it his daughter? I think it was him. It was his daughter, I think, that actually fought to have the New York streetcars desegregated. So like not desegregated, but Black people didn't have to sit in like the back of the car or something. I gotta look it up. But this was like in the 1800s. So it was pretty cool. And this was a Black man who had got patents and everything. It was something in regards to fashion. I'm gonna find this and I'm gonna share it tomorrow because I thought it was pretty friggin' awesome. Right.
You know what yesterday, let me see if I can find the clip. There was a clip from the first introduction of the Carmichael family from Rugrats that I saw, and it said I think we should be sharing this for Black History Month. And like when you watch it, you're like, damn, like this is Black excellence right here. And seeing the Pickleses, I don't know. I'm sure most of you haven't seen this episode in ages. Neither did I. But like, I watched a clip last night, and I was like, the Pickleses were just like so like flabbergasted. And I remember one of the comments was like, "Damn, this is seeing I can't remember what Susie's mom's name was, but like seeing her dodge all these microaggressions." Get the clip; it was so good.
Oh, great. You must be the plumber. Thank goodness you're here.
Actually, we're the Pickles from across the street.
Oh, hi.
Say, did you know this house was built on a
Foundation. A very strong foundation. I mean, people talk. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, nice lamp.
It's the curse.
Oh, well, I'll make another one.
You made that lamp?
A couple of years ago, I got into recreating Tiffany lamps from original designs. You know, just for a hobby.
It's so perfect.
Or at least it was.
Thanks. That's what the Tiffany Company said, too. I'm Lucy Carmichael, by the way. Come on in. I'll introduce you to the family. This is my husband.
Randy Carmichael? Randy Dummy Bear Carmichael? It's an honor, sir. A real honor. I just love your show.
Gee, thanks.
You know the one I really loved? The one where Zippo the Dummy Bear with the pink bow gives a valentine to Mongo the Bad. I get choked up every time.
Also, I want to point out there's broken glass on the floor, and Stu just put his child on.
Randy prefers not to talk about the show.
Oh, sure. Just one question, Randy. Who came up with the idea of giving them heart-shaped faces?
I gotta move some stuff in from the van.
Remember the one where Gummo and Binky saved all the Mopey boys from Depression Valley? That was genius. Pure
This is so
genius.
white people coded. No respect for boundaries.
And these are the kids. Buster, Elisa, Edwin, and Susie. I'm sorry, dear. You know that's not the way to get what you want. Oh my, what a nice Jell-O mold. Come on, let's put it in the fridge.
Hi, my name's Susie. What's yours? Tommy. Hi, Tommy. Want me to show you our new house? But what about your sucker? Sucker? Oh, yeah, that's not important right now. Come on.
All our new neighbors have been so nice. I've never been so stocked up on Jell-O. Mrs. DeVille gave us this one. Patty O'Reilly sent this one over. And old Mr. Filibuster made that one. We may not be eating that one right away.
Oh, who made that one?
Oh, this one? It's mine. A little thing I picked up at the Cordon Bleu.
You studied at the Cordon Bleu?
Well, I didn't study there, actually. I was a guest lecturer, but it's never too late to learn a thing or two, right, Dee Dee?
Oh, yes, of course.
You studied at the Cordon Bleu?
His name was Thomas
I was a
Jennings.
guest lecturer there.
Jennings.
Yes, Thomas Jennings. He invented the dry scouring method, which basically later turned into like the dry cleaning method that people use today. Basically, how you can remove stains without water or some shit. Yeah. But with that being said, his daughter Elizabeth, in 1854 in New York City, she boarded a whites-only streetcar, right? And she refused to get off, right? And like she hung on to the window frame when the conductor tried to toss her out. She ended up writing a letter about the incident, which was published in abolitionist papers. And her dad, because he had money, right? He hired a lawyer to fight the streetcar company. And what ended up happening is that the judge ruled that it was unlawful to eject Black people from public transportation so long as they were sober, well-behaved, and free from disease. The last part, I do not know if they were doing like blood tests or something, but yeah. But the lawyer who actually was her lawyer was Chester A. Arthur. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He became a president. Yeah.
You know, if this happened nowadays, the right would call that judge an activist left-wing judge.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, he be woke. He be woke.
Woke, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a great
But that's
judge,
pretty
yes.
cool. That was 1854, y'all.
Damn, Chester A. Arthur. So was Chester A. Arthur kind of based, or he was the
I don't know
lawyer
much
for
about that man.
Huh?
I don't know much about him.
Yeah, I don't either, to be honest. I just know what his facial hair looks like.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So someone said in chat that there were 2 Iranian leaders that were taken out, but no confirmation of Khomeini. I'm looking for confirmation of that. I did just realize that I never. Oh my God! Wait, hold on. Oh goodness, this
What?
everywhere we struck.
Jeez.
A lot. That's not just Tehran. Iraq and UAE closed their airspace and siren while vowed to resume attacks on. Where are we getting this? It doesn't even have a caption. AP, what are we doing here? What are these? Are these strikes or?
I ain't gonna hold you. The AP's website was giving me an attitude. I just was like, I don't like the way they have this laid out.
Does Dropsite have any reporting on it?
Does what?
Dropsite News.
What's that?
It's they're one of the more left-leaning independent sources. What do they were. They've been reporting on a lot of the Epstein stuff and some of the foreign Israeli connections.
Oh, by the way, Dan, it wouldn't be me if I didn't join your panel and grift a little. I have hoodies now, and I have mugs. I have mugs. My mugs say, "Are you? I am smarter than a Trump supporter."
Ooh, that's good. Hold on.
Go to ericaeffect.com.
I was just making sure if it was .com. Okay. Mac picked out the shirt, by the way. I just haven't yet.
Okay.
But
Well, this weekend you can use code LOVE15, LOVE15. It's shop. You got to click on shop in the top left. There you go.
Okay.
Those are hoodies. And then we have mugs.
Ooh, okay, wait. Question.
Sure.
Is the text only on one side?
No, it's on both sides.
Thank you. Yes, because I was like, I'm
Because
right-handed.
I'm left-handed.
Okay. Because I don't care if I see it. I want MAGA.
Other people to see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on both sides. I'm totally left-handed, so that's why, so I was like, so no matter which way you hold it, it's on both sides.
Wait, Kevy said 1 minute ago. What happened 1 minute ago? What did I miss?
What
I
happened
learned
1
something
minute
new
ago?
about you, Erica.
What you say, Malik?
I learned something new about you.
Yeah, I'm left-handed.
My best friend, one of my best friends from high school, he was left-handed too. And my college roommate, he was low-key ambidextrous, like he could use his left hand if he really wanted to.
Yeah, I can do that with my right, but left is my strong hand. Just my strong hand, shake my
And
strong
he
nothing but
hand.
also
Trump
has
posted about Iran.
ADHD, which I heard is like a fun side effect
Of being left-handed.
of having ADHD. Sometimes you could be ambidextrous.
Oh, I thought you were about to say being left-handed is.
No,
Bro,
What
what
happened?
are we talking about?
Oh Lord Jesus Christ!
What are
What's
we
that?
about?
first Twitter.
Iran
Oh
tried
God.
to interfere in 2020, 24 elections to stop Trump and now faces renewed war with the United States. From justthenews.com.
Is this real?
Did an intern post this one, or are we? What is our stance on war again?
Did he
No
delete
war.
it or something?
Also,
Where's this post coming
it's
from?
right 3 minutes ago. Just happened.
I'm at True Social right now. They literally isn't updated. I'm confused.
Well, the True Social interface is hooked. Like you have to go through so many ivermectin ads just to.
It's so annoying.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Man,
I'm not even.
taking
By the
more
way, I'm not
credits.
even memeing. Okay, when I have ad block on right now, but if I didn't, you literally, it's literally ads for fucking like ivermectin and what's the other one that they like? Can't remember. Not raw milk. There's another one that they like. I can't remember. Anyway, I'll say
Here it goes. Okay.
like a workout one. I always get.
I hate it here.
Was it in response
Reuters
to
is reporting a
the?
massive explosion in Abu Dhabi. Oh right, we were looking at mugs. But I prefer this to what to looking at going on in the news. To be honest, I
Yeah, let's
think.
see the rest of Erica's merch. Let's go through one by one.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I think
this
Mac
is
picked.
Black History Month. I think we should be supporting Black businesses now more than ever.
That's true.
Especially as Black women are under attack in the employment industry. No.
Fair.
There's remember the thing that was where they were like removed nursing as a profession.
Oh yeah, a bunch
Yeah.
of
A professional.
professional credit accreditation for advanced degrees.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that disproportionately affects women
And
of color.
teaching.
But
Oh
I
yes,
could be
yes.
I could be wrong.
Teaching any mandatory reporter roles or women-dominated roles. Yeah.
Yeah, why would it be mandatory reporting, or why would we want to?
Exactly.
Okay.
Someone's been typing in chat for like since the live started. Those Epstein files must be crazy.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
they're
I
not
can't.
wrong, but it's like there's only so many times you can mention it before we like acknowledge how complicit the government is.
Okay. All right. So I think Mac wants the pink one. I kind of one.
Matt has the purple one, and I'm not gonna kid you. It looks nice on him.
Okay. I mean, Matt and I are both Levantine. Maybe.
True.
This is about midterm. Yeah. Well, for the purple one. Here's the thing.
Yeah, Neely got the purple one too. Hector will have the navy one and the purple one.
Oh, okay. Hector's website, because I really want a Kamala would never something.
His is via his TikTok shop. So I'm trying to get him to get his get a website together.
Okay. All right. I've been meaning to do this and I keep forgetting.
Yep. I have a big head, Elizabeth, and I promise you, all right, it fits. They're adjustable. Kamala would never. There's this hoodie that they have, a Kamala would never hoodie. He has it in navy. When I tell you I want that hoodie, there it goes right there. I want that hoodie, some kind of terrible.
Navy one. Oh, I see it.
Remember, Elizabeth, use code LOVE15. LOVE15.
That's pretty nice.
So nice.
It's so simple, but so.
Yeah, that's the royal blue one. I want the navy one. That navy one is so nice.
There a navy?
Yeah,
one? I haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm. I think so, because when he wears it on camera, it's like awesome.
Well, it's possible with the camera.
one on the
Ooh,
left?
the shorts with the hold up.
Yes.
But it doesn't say Kamala would never. False
Just has
advertising.
her
It says
inference on it.
Kamala would never.
Yeah. Hector, what the fuck?
This is
Take
false
2 + 2
advertising.
4 again?
I would tell him he's gonna have to rethink that one.
I might get. That's a child.
His merch is crazy. He said rated E for everyone. Everyone can get this merch.
Yep. Oh, yay! Someone just ordered.
The grifting worked. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you so much for
Dan,
ordering,
get that
T.
grift counter up. Get the grift bar.
The
Yay,
grift.
they got a mug. Shout out to you. Shout out to you.
Where's the grift goal at?
The grift goal. Oh my god. Hold on. I still have that picture. Remember the Fortnite screenshot?
Yes.
Ooh, damn. Tough.
Nice.
Bomber jacket for less than $100 is insane. Oh, what's good, Swan?
Swan! I was about to come over for third shift.
Hey, Swan. I was so locked in on the store. I haven't. I don't know when the last time I looked at chat was. Sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what.
Thank you, Tammy.
Shout out, chat. Thank you for supporting black women.
Ooh, the diaper man. That's funny as hell. Sorry,
We
that's
also
funny.
listen to the diaper man.
I do like the bra. The thing is, I don't really wear hats, but if I wore hats, I do like the bra hat. Dan, what do you think about the strikes? I think that this administration is conducting these strikes for not humanitarian reasons. I also think that this administration is competent to do regime change effectively, especially given that the United States has a bad track record with it. So
Yay! Thank you so much to E. Thank you, E, for ordering a hat from the Erica Effect. You're fucking awesome. Thank you. Remember, you can use code LOVE15 all weekend long. LOVE15. LOVE15. All right. At ericaeffect.com. Get you a do all the good things shirt or a hoodie or a mug, stuff. I'm going to
You
try to
might
get
have
a
to get that
journal up
green
there
one.
soon.
That green one look nice.
And I literally just have to figure out a design for like the Anywho shirt and then go from there. Thank you, Elizabeth. Anywho,
okay,
like that.
I think. All right, so I'm gonna get the pink one for Mac. I think I'm gonna do purple shirt.
Do purple.
I'm on the fence about the
Is
mug.
it
I have a
hers
lot of
mugs?
mugs, but Hector's got too much. But I want to get something that says "Common Ever" for sure. But yeah, I'm thinking the purple. For Anywho, that would be nice.
A tie-dye for Anywho? I'm not a fan of tie-dye.
Okay, actually, I have another question about the mug. Is it a flat bottom mug?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so for Valentine's Day,
It's a mug, Dan.
Christmas. I think for my birthday, Matt got me this. I'm trying to show it to the camera, but it's basically it's like a mug warmer. Right? It keeps my coffee warm while I work. But it doesn't work on certain mugs. Like if the mug is like a little too fancy. He has a lot of mug stipulations.
Is that one of them ceramic ones?
This is ceramic and it's like dishwasher safe, and it does have like a flat bottom to it. It doesn't like point up or anything. It's flat.
Okay. Then it meets.
Yeah.
It meets. All right. So then, if I do get a mug, I'm getting the black one for sure. So
it's nice. It's 11 ounces. I went with the smaller size, so 11 ounces, and it does say, "I am smarter than a Trump supporter on both sides."
Plug stipulations is hilarious.
I'm cool with the smaller size because I usually drink my coffee black. So
Okay, cool. So yeah. And the funny thing is, I don't drink hot drinks. Like
make a flag.
the hottest drink I'll drink is like soup.
Can you make a flag? I live across from a church. I want to display Kamala would never.
Oh, I should tell him that. Hey Hector, make a flag.
And use the
That's
picture
fun.
that he had on the short.
Where's the Discord at?
Where's
I
Trump?
think
Wait, can I see
think
Trump's merch? I want to compare it. What?
You're gonna have a paywall before you could
Do
see
you
the
want to see
merch.
what I got pop up? I pressed DonaldJTrump.com and this popped up. It says, "Wait, are you still MAGA? Don't forget to reaffirm membership to MAGA in 2016."
Membership.
You gotta pay to play to be on his side.
This is his real website. Erica, jot this down. Just wait, are you still in love?
No, Dan, I gotta shout out your favorite progressive, Adam
Reaffirm your
Kahn,
membership.
because this is definitely Trump devotion syndrome. This is TDS.
Look at Gavin Newsom's merch. Ooh, okay. All right. Well, first, do I have to? Okay, this right here. I'm looking at the website. It's going to take you to a donation page for the Republican Party. Like how there's Act Blue for Democrats, it's Win Red for Republicans. So this, I'm not going to click it because that's what it is. Go to DonaldJTrump.com. The first thing they're asking you for is money, just so we're clear. All right, I'm going to press the X. Tribute and volunteer shop. Take a look. Official Trump merchant. I'm going to compare these two, Victor and Erica's merch. I'm going to
This
try to
site
be
is so bad.
I'm going to try to be as impartial as possible here. All of these hats look like dog shit. I think the numbers on the sides are okay, but all of the fronts of these hats are hideous. What the fuck, bro? Newsom sells knee pads. Oh my god!
Artist.
Look at this. This is just a picture of him. There's not anything interesting going on. No laser eyes. No, it's just a picture.
Thank you so much, C, for ordering a mug. I appreciate you.
They look cheaply and quickly made. Dark Knight. This is the one Elon was wearing. That's why it's over double the price because it was the one Elon was wearing.
The first few were the dark MAGA hats. If you scroll back up.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. Well, this is the ultra dark MAGA hat. I think that's the one Elon was wearing, like the goth one.
My favorite insult against a Trump supporter is that they're poorly educated and easily influenced. Looking on this site, how can I be wrong? What was it? He has action figures now, Dan.
Are you talking about the RLK thing?
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on. Don't spoil it yet. Don't spoil it yet. Okay. Now, if I was a Trump supporter, the first thing that doesn't look super fucking tacky to me is maybe this. Maybe. Then you have this picture of him kissing a flag. Why is that on a shirt? What are we doing? All the designs look like clip art. Literally.
They are clip art. How much are they charging for those shirts?
These are $35. The flag kiss shirt is $26.
Bruh.
For reference,
you can literally make that cheaper.
For reference, everybody. Okay, Erica's shirts are cheaper. Erica's shirts are cheaper than the. God, where did I go? Erica's shirts are cheaper than the not flag kiss shirts. They're cheaper than the fight shirts. The flag kiss shirt was probably discounted because no one bought it.
If you want, if you guys want me to do it, I can make a shirt with me kissing a flag. It won't be the American flag, but it'll be a flag.
I love the bra hat. I don't even wear. Yeah, no, the bra hat is nice. That was the first thing I saw when I went on the site, and I was
do
like,
have
oh fuck, I don't
hoodies.
wear hats.
What do you mean? Can I make a hoodie? I do have hoodies. Dan, roll
Ooh.
that beautiful bean footage.
Beautiful bean footage. Oh, that's a throwback. We do have hoodies now.
The Good Things hoodie. It comes in black, navy, royal blue, and also gray. I like the gray one a lot. That's the
Ooh,
one
that
that I
royal
got and
blue
my
one is
mom got.
striking. I like the
What?
royal blue one. I like the royal blue one. It's so striking.
I know. I like the royal blue one also. And I was like, maybe I should get that one. But then I went with the gray because I don't know why. Gray with red in it for some reason just makes me happy. I love the combo.
Like his signature merch to compare to the birthday card. Oh man,
That's
signature
funny.
ball, all set. There's imagine buying a Trump Van sign right now. Gulf of them. That's bad, bro. I think if I had like room temperature IQ, I'd probably wear
room temperature IQ.
Like I'm trying to judge this as someone that would be a Trump supporter. Like I'm saying like 90% of these look like shit even for Trump supporters. Like I think like so trying to look at ones that like okay, let's say I was really big on child molestation, right? At least
oh my
this shirt
god.
Well, that's what Trump supporters are, right?
That's
like
reality. That's the That's like the genuine response.
That's their claim to fame
genuine.
right now.
He's not even.
And great again,
bruh.
This one says "Daddy." Oh my! Why do they?
Conservatives.
Hey,
Loud
ladies,
and
what would
proud.
you do if you were like on a first date with a guy and he showed up with a Trump daddy shirt on? First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a picture and then I'm gonna leave.
Is that the mugshot too?
I think it might be.
Yes.
Yeah. 2 number 4 specials, onion. No tip. No tags on tips because Trump supporters don't fucking tip. Okay. A lot of these.
You don't have enough merch.
No.
What about the BDE? What's the BDE?
Big Don energy.
Bruh.
Please.
What does the white one say with all the verbiage? White one. I heart waking up knowing Trump is my president. This looks bad.
$35 US?
$35. Yeah.
Cut the cameras. You know how many 4x4s you could have gotten with that?
Yeah, I think the only shirt that wasn't $35 was the one where he's kissing the flag. Not a big seller. Oh God.
In case I was wondering, you could have gotten 8 4x4s for that money.
The hats are $40. Hold on. How much are the hats on EricaEffect.com? Ooh,
40?
same price. Okay, whoops. Never mind.
Just better quality.
It does look way better, to be clear. And
Hector hats cost the same price also.
And
hats aren't cheap.
With code LOVE15, get 15% off. Over here, you get charged an extra 15% to donate to the Republican Party.
LOVE15? Is
that right, Erica?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Thank you. Those hats are ugly as hell. I'm sorry. Why are they so big?
They are. Wait, yeah. They're like, they're almost round.
They're white as hell.
Yeah. Okay. Imagine paying $30 for this. It's the same people that shop at Joel Patrick's. The white privilege. 2026 MAGA membership card. Here, take my $30. Take my $30. The groceries are through the roof. I can't afford groceries. I have to vote for a fascist because of groceries, but also take my $30.
Did you guys see all the black influencers he had in the White House?
Was this recently?
Yeah,
I missed it.
I could send you the link on Discord. Hold up.
Bro, can I zoom in, please?
What is that?
It's Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom with Hulk Hogan as an angel, Kid Rock, and Tucker Carlson.
Is that Gavin Newsom's webpage?
Yeah.
That's crazy work. That's crazy work.
Well, there's a picture. There's like a viral picture of Trump, like in this art style with like Jesus and whatever, like touching his shoulder. some strange shit. So that's really fun. That one's kind of cringe. Right about everything is obviously making fair. It's tough to compare like the hats because the point is that he's mocking them. Gavin's shirt with just the bear. I think this one. Probably wear this if I was a Gavinator or whatever they're called.
Gavinator.
Why does that bear look like that? I don't know what bears look like. Where are the knee pads? Who said there was knee pads? Is that not this site? Oh, those are featured products. Oh, hold on.
Is that them right there?
Oh, they're signed.
Oh, okay. I don't like Gavin Newsom. That's just good marketing.
And he made them $100 so no one would ever buy them.
Oh my god, bro.
Is that his signature?
That's Trump's signature, yeah.
I know. That's crazy. And his knee pads.
So, look, I want more politicians to do this stuff.
Dan, instead of betting Trump supporters money, well, we should start betting them for stupid shit. Like, hey, if you win this bet, you get a pair of signed knee pads.
Yeah, this should be a meme.
Listen, progressives, you don't want Gavin Newsom to be the nominee. You got to lock in now, all right? These campaigns presidential campaigns nowadays are 2 years long. So Gavin's putting his name out there. He's making us laugh. Listen, you make a man laugh. You're halfway to this. Wait, no, mixing it up.
Dan. Dan.
Here's a question: what's wrong with Newsom? There are. I'm sure Malek could probably speak.
Calling you.
What's up?
I was calling you. I was wanting to tell you something or ask you something.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Before we got to the serious question, because then I'm gonna go. I have to go to sleep. Okay, I don't know why I keep making such bad decisions. I hope I wake up to a whole bunch of orders. You never know. I'm just gonna put it in the chat one more time. EricaEffect.com. Use code LOVE15 for 15% off all weekend long. Get you a all the good things hoodie, t-shirt, mug, and a bruh hat. Well, the mug says I am smarter than a Trump supporter, and you can just use it either at work to piss off your MAGA supporting boss, or you can just sip from it ever so shadily. That's a word, I just made it up. All right, doing Easter dinner while your MAGA loving auntie spews her conspiracy theories and tells you how she was right about Pizzagate. Anywho, what I was about to say. Oh, Shapiro, Bashir, or Newsom? Who would you choose for president?
I don't know enough about Bashir to speak on. If I'm going to be honest, I don't know enough about all three. I've already said
That's
this.
fair.
I'm like avoiding doing like deep dives into Democratic prospects because we're so far out.
Yeah.
Update. It's huge and regional. Yeah, we okay, so what we saw last was that Iran has struck a bunch of different like US bases all over all over the area, all over the region. And Germany was informed by Israel in advance of the strikes. A German government spokesman said on Saturday, and Chancellor Merz is monitoring the development closely and is in close coordination with European partners. The statement did not express support or opposition of the strikes. The schedule to meet with Trump, Washington next week. I gave live updates in your Discord for specifics. Ooh, okay, hold on. U.S. Embassy in Jordan has issued shelter-in-place orders for all personnel and recommends all Americans do the same until further notice. All Americans in Jordan? Or can we be a little bit more specific? U.S. Embassy in Jordan? Kuwait, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Iran, Iraq, and Jordan. Well, Bahrain as well, right? Iran's Supreme National Security Council released a statement on Telegram. The enemy thinks that the innocent nation of Iran will surrender to their despicable demands with cowardly actions, said. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran have launched a crushing response to their vicious actions. Iran's Supreme National Security Council warned that strikes were likely to continue on Tehran and some other cities for civilians to flee other areas where they would be safe, where they felt they would be safe. They launched at Palestine too? Bro. Casualties in Dubai. Universities will be closed, but banking services. Iran State News Agency, IRNA, has reported explosions in the city of Urmia in Iran's West Azerbaijan province, about 30 miles from the border with Turkey. The British government issued a statement Saturday morning saying it did not participate in the strikes on Iran. It does not want to see further escalation into a wider regional. Are there nukes far-reaching? Iran doesn't have nukes. Intercepted. Okay. What would they even be targeting in Palestine? I'm assuming they were intercepted by Israel. Oh, yeah, that's fair. How can you say they don't have nukes? We don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know, but all of the intelligence says that they don't have nukes. So, like, at some point, you have to.
Gabbard not say it too? Am I misremembering that?
I'm afraid of what he'll do to keep the Epstein files under wraps. Netanyahu has been saying they have nukes. By the way, I hope you're right about that.
Yeah, I saw that compilation too, Liam. Like he's been saying that since before I've been alive.
I'm pretty confident. I mean, it's not you hope I'm right. It's you hope that the entire international community is right about that. Like, this isn't like whether or not this becomes a massive, large scale regional conflict remains to be seen. But there's like no evidence that Iran has nukes. So like that's one thing you don't have to worry. Like, there's a lot to worry about, but I don't think that's one of them. USS Abraham probably hit, no updates yet. Iran's semi-official Fars news agency reported that Iranian missile attacks targeted U.S. military bases around the region. Okay, that was 20 minutes ago. Lebanon's top leaders on Saturday called on all parties to prioritize the welfare of the country and its citizens as strikes in Iran began. The remarks appeared directed at Hezbollah as questions over whether the Iran-backed group might somehow enter the conflict of Iran. Kamala had a weird laugh. They can't prosecute a president in wartime, right? They don't prosecute a president regardless. there's this this like standing rule, I guess, where they don't prosecute a sitting president. So that's not back to my calls, but yeah, it's bad. Like what now? What now is, I think, MAGA pull themselves up by their bootstraps and take those boots to the ground, because Trump already said we're going to be risking American lives, and MAGA voted for. So SCOTUS gave immunity. The U.S. fighter drone intercepted the attack. Okay, so in regards to SCOTUS immunity, the SCOTUS immunity thing is he has immunity for any action that he does while serving the office of the president. So while doing his job, right? It's a DOJ memo. Okay, so that he would not have immunity from any crimes related to outside of the presidency. Now that doesn't mean that he'll face any kind of justice, but it does official capacity. Yeah. So like you saw, Jack Smith had to update the indictment to. So for example, when he was speaking to the, oh my god, it's been so long. He wanted to put out a letter. He wanted the DOJ. He wanted one of the departments to put out a letter to the swing states saying that they found voter fraud or whatever. Oh, bye, Erica. Wait, did Erica drop? Wait, Erica, go ahead. You could do your sign off.
Huh? No, I just want to say have a good night. I'm gonna try to go to sleep. It's late. But Dan, I hope you get some rest. I know you're trying to do the whole matchup with Mac Day, but I hope you get some rest. Malik, you too, because I know you were traveling. But everyone, keep doing all the good things, and that's all. I don't feel like marketing or promoing right now. I'm tired.
Thank you so much for coming. Have a great night.
Of course. You too. Bye.
Malik, do you have any final thoughts?
No, I'm good for the night. Thanks, Dan, for having me up. Night, Erica. Hope you get some rest. Probably gonna try to get some sleep too.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too.
Leaving for work and randomly saw you and Erica are live. Y'all get it together. Oh, because it's 5 a.m. Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, like we might be getting into World War III. I think it's fair to be awake for this. What was I saying? Okay, so there was parts of the original Jack Smith indictment that involved like the Trump administration sending like letters to lower departments about wanting to inform the swing states that they should not certify their elections. That was deemed as potentially part of his presidential duties, right? So that was something that he has immunity for. But other crimes he does not have immunity for. Okay. The biggest reason why he is not being prosecuted for many of his crimes is because of the DOJ memo stating that presidents cannot be indicted. Sitting president cannot be indicted. It's why Jack Smith dropped the indictment without prejudice. I think I'm either with prejudice or without prejudice. I think it's without prejudice, meaning that the moment he gets out of office, the indictments can be reissued for defrauding the United States and without prejudice. Okay. Now, again, I'm not saying this to say, oh, he'll have hope. He'll face justice for his crimes. I'm just saying, I just want to keep the facts straight. A witness on the outskirts of Tehran shared a video showing the Satari Expressway out of the city from the west now choked with traffic, suggesting people are trying to flee the capital. Iran's a pretty big country. God dang. Yes, Iran did strike U.S. bases. We are waiting to see how many of those strikes were intercepted. Did it get confirmed if those pins were strikes or not yet? I don't know. It's really weird for not like labeling that at all. Let me get off of this. Iranian military spokesperson said, "We will teach Israel and America a lesson they have never experienced in their history," according to a statement published on the semi-official news agency Pars. Any base that helps America and Israel will be the target of Iranian armed forces. Syria's Civil Aviation Authority announced on Saturday that it would close the country's southern air corridors for 12 hours, starting at noon local time. During the closure, air traffic will be redirected along approved alternate. Jordan's state-run news agency reported that the country's military intercepted 2 ballistic missiles that entered its airspace and were targeting its territory. Authorities did not say where the missiles were launched from. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Aghachi called Iraq's Foreign Minister Fuad Hussein to inform him that Iran will be targeting U.S. military bases in the region, according to an Iraqi Foreign Ministry statement published on the ministry's website. One of those bases is in Iraq's northern Kurdistan region. The Iraqi statement said Mr. Arakchi had clarified that these attacks were not targeting the countries involved, but were limited to military.
At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny.
Well, some Israelis have expressed their support for the decision to attack Iran.
Everything is going to be okay. It's about time. I don't want to wait anymore for what's coming. Now it's coming. Let's finish it and let's start the day. We've got
I just realized I never went live on Twitch today. Second grade. Okay, so think now you gotta film online Twitch. Nah, I think I'm gonna call it. Is there any truth to Iran continuing their nuke program? Not to my knowledge, but I don't say for certain. I remember when we originally struck Iran, there there was like evidence to the contrary. But I don't know about now. Okay. Fox News says they were denying inspections. Well, if only there was an agreement in place. That forced them to allow inspections. Perhaps negotiated by an administration run by adults. That agreement? Aha. Donald. But that was Donald Trump, the 45th president. Now we're talking about Donald Trump, the 47th president. He's having to clean up the mess that the 45th president left for him. Was there ever an explanation for why the deal was torn up? I mean, according to Trump, it was poorly negotiated. It gave Iran billions of dollars. You know, it was just like unfrozen assets. And this is how bad ripping it up was, by the way, right? Yeah, most of the assets were already unfrozen. So like Iran got their end of the deal. So all he gave up was the U.S.'s end of the deal. They had Obama's signature on it. That's the real reason, aging hippie. But I was answering the question for what the reason they gave was. Like, the good end for the U.S. is that we get to inspect their facilities and they're not enriching uranium past a certain point. Like, that's our end. That's what we're getting. They already got their end. Most of it. Most of the funds were unfrozen. So him ripping it up was like negative equity. It was no benefit to it other than that it had Obama's signature on it. Like, that's really what it is. So many of his foreign policy decisions are like that, where it's just, there's no benefit to it. So I'll give you another example. This one's not Obama related, but moving the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, zero benefit for the United States. None. Just like ripping up the Iran deal, zero benefit. Like, both of those things are at best neutral, right? Like, we shouldn't be doing policy where at best it's neutral, but at worst it's bad, right? That's what's known as a negative free roll in poker terms, right? A negative free roll. We should not be doing negative free rolls. That.
Carried out a wave of strikes in Iklim Tafah region. That's in southern Lebanon, a strategic area where the Israeli army believes Hezbollah has underground facilities, weapons depots. On Thursday night, a wave of airstrikes in the east of the country, in the Bekaa region. So we've seen this gradual escalation. Yes, these attacks have been happening despite a ceasefire that came into force in November 2024. But in recent days, coinciding with the heightened tensions in the region, we are seeing an escalation in Israeli attacks, with some is saying that this could be Israel trying to eliminate any potential threat coming from the Lebanon front.
Zina, thank you for now. Zina Khodr in Beirut for us. To discuss these latest developments further now, we're joined by Richard Weiss once again, who's a senior fellow at the NATO Defense College. He's in Virginia in the U.S. This attack on Iran, Richard, comes, of course, after weeks of a
They're targeting
US
Hezbollah?
build.
Are they targeting Hezbollah like as a preemptive strike in preparation for if Hezbollah supports Iran? Am I reading that right?
launch systems, allowing it to operate up to 220 missions per day. It joins the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That carrier operates up to 70 aircraft, including FA-18 fighter jets and surveillance planes. Its nuclear propulsion
Not exactly. It's based on
systems
intel.
also allows long-term deployment. They're being escorted by guided missile cruisers and destroyers, giving them air defense strike and anti-submarine capabilities. So, Richard, when you see the armada, as President Trump called it, that's in the region right now, what does it tell you about where this conflict is headed?
The U.S. is prepared its forces for a intense air campaign. It may be a long air campaign. I think that's the advantage of having one of the carriers so close to Israel's, that you can fly in resupplies, new munitions, new and so on, and then it's easy to transfer to the ship than if it were in another location. And it also benefits from the Israeli air and missile defenses. But again, I think they've set the goal as regime change, and that means the conflict will end when there is a change in regime in Iran. And you asked a very good question earlier. If this doesn't occur, then what happens next? And that's the mystery I don't know either.
What do you think how long do you anticipate this operation to take place? I mean, we've heard from some U.S. officials that they're talking about days, but is that feasible given the response we've seen from Iran so far, targeting all U.S. bases in the region? Do you think this is going to be just a matter of days, or are we looking at a longer conflict?
I think the U.S. air campaign against the Houthis in Yemen is going to be a better model than the short-term, by relative standards, war between Iran and Israel joined in by the U.S. So 12 days, that would be, I think, shorter than I would anticipate. The air campaign against the Houthis lasted a month and had an inconclusive result. I think that would be perhaps the worst case scenario for planners. But I think it's going to be more likely that the duration is going to be a couple weeks at least.
Yeah. When you look at how Iran has responded, the targeting the 5th U.S. fleet in Bahrain, for example, the Al Udeid base here, even though if the missiles were intercepted, what does it tell you about their capabilities and how far they can take this?
Well, they have, of course, been able to analyze these targets, develop a number of short-term missiles, which they didn't really use last June, except for a single strike against the U.S. base in Qatar. So they have the capabilities to conduct these strikes with missiles, with cruise missiles at some point as well. But I think the key thing is less the military impact, since the U.S. forces have largely scaled back their presence there, and as we discussed, relying on forces in Israel and elsewhere. Then the political impact, as I understand it, the Iranian theory of victory at this point is to raise the risk of escalation, alarm the governments of the Gulf and elsewhere, and get them to intervene to force a halt to the operations, perhaps by interceding with the White House.
Richard, thank you so much for your expertise. Thank you for joining us as we continue to follow these fast-moving developments following the attack by the U.S. and Israel on Iran. Qatar has announced the closure of its airspace following the attack on Iran. The Qatari Defense Ministry says it successfully intercepted a number of missiles that targeted its territory. In a statement, it said the ministry affirmed that the threat was addressed immediately upon detection and in accordance with the pre-approved security plan, with all missiles being intercepted before reaching Qatari territory. The Qatari Armed Forces possesses full capabilities and resources to safeguard the nation's security and to firmly confront any external threat. It reiterated that the security situations remain stable and fully under control. The ministry also reassures citizens, residents, and visitors, urging everyone to remain calm and to adhere to instructions issued by the competent security authorities. Well, at least one person now, we understand, has been killed in the United Arab Emirates, according to a government statement there. The Ministry of Defense of the UAE says the United Arab Emirates was subjected today to a brazen attack with Iranian ballistic missiles, which the UAE air defenses handled with the highest efficiency. The relevant authorities in the country also dealt with the fallout of debris in a residential area in the city of Abu Dhabi, which resulted in some material damage and the death of an individual of Asian nationality. The safety of citizens, residents, and visitors represents an utmost priority that cannot be compromised. Now, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has issued a statement which reads, according to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, referring to the US and Israel, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government has already prepared all the needs of society, and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. Well, Tawhid Asadi is our correspondent, one of our correspondents in Tehran, and he sent us this update in the aftermath of the attacks on the Iranian capital.
I'm right now in the Iranian capital's downtown. As you can hear, sounds of massive explosion are being heard after initiation of a campaign of strikes by the American and Israelis. Pastor neighborhood, which is one of the most important political areas in Iran, has been for several times targeted alongside with other military areas that are reportedly targeted as well. And that doesn't stop there, as we know that there are other places across the country, other cities that have been also targeted. This is not the first time that Iranians are facing a confrontation, specifically back in June, when the country was in the middle of negotiations and a campaign of strikes by the Americans and Israelis targeted not just nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and not just the military headquarters, but actually the civilian infrastructures, living fatalities. And right now, as we speak to people, there is a lot of concern regarding the possibility of escalation, not just here in the capital, but also across the country. And now this is a very critical situation, because what we are hearing from the Iranian side is that there are going to be a crushing response ahead when it comes to actually preparations of the military response from Tehran side. This is a developing story, and we are closely following to see what comes next. And still, I can hear sounds of explosion here in the downtown. I'll update you further as the story goes on.
In the last few minutes, there's been another explosion heard here in Doha, Qatar's capital. Let's bring in Axel Zaimovic, who's on the Corniche, the Doha waterfront. What's been happening there, Axel?
Well, Foley, just like a few hours ago, we keep hearing all these
explosions,
interceptions coming from the Qatar's air defense. And not long ago, we actually got a press release from the Interior Ministry where they confirming that these attacks targeting the country's infrastructure were what they call successfully intercepted. And they really go here to explain that according to initial field assessment, there's no damage, there's no casualties, and there's no material destruction recorded so far. But also, they mentioned here particularly no damage is recorded in a residential area. So we don't know what's the situation out there where the with the American, the largest military base here is positioned. But also the statement reads that the response teams are describing what they call operating around the clock. They are monitoring the developments and the situation, but also they say here and specifically urging public to follow these instructions and stay indoors. And they're urging again in their own words,
Definitely can
to
make calcium.
basically public, to avoid any public gatherings, to avoid approaching, touching, or moving any unidentified objects or debris they may found. But also, ministry is also pushing back against what they call the spread of fake news, because there's so many videos and different lines circulation on social medias. But they are urging public just to follow official channels and still remain indoors and not spread any panic at this point.
And Axel, the Qatari airspace, as is the case for a number of
Hello,
countries in the
Future
region, now closed. Qatar Airways
I hope you're enjoying the YouTube video.
that flights will be cancelled for now. This is going to cause huge disruption, isn't it?
To give you some
That's correct. Particularly, it's a weekend
context,
here in Qatar.
it is 5:34
especially
a.m.
at this time
Eastern
during
time.
Ramadan. There's so many tourists coming to the country, and this is obviously going to cause many disruptions, not just at the airport itself, but also accommodating all these people that are in the country. So that's the reason why the government is urging everybody to stay indoors, to stay calm. The situation seems to be under control, and there is no any imminent threat, what we understand from official sources coming from the government.
Okay, Axel, thank you for now for the update. We'll, of course, check in with you regularly as we continue to follow the latest developments. In the meantime, let's speak to Hassan Ahmadian, who's an associate professor at the University of Tehran, joining us from the Iranian capital. Thank you very much. Can I get your initial reaction to these developments of the last few hours, the initial Israeli and U.S. attack on Iran and the way Iran has responded?
Well, basically, as expected by many, the United States waged the war and started its aggression on the country. And the Iranians, as they have been talking about a fierce retaliation, are doing exactly that. The aim of the Iranian retaliation is to change the calculations back in Washington that an attack on the country cannot go without huge costs. So the costs are to direct calculations according to the Iranian plans, and that's what they are doing when attacking bases. We're still waiting to see if aircraft carriers will come next. Israel is being attacked. I think this will continue, and the Iranians will ratchet up as much as they can, because the aim is to exact more pain, to force a change of calculations. It's basically another during negotiations, another war has begun. Back in June, the same thing happened. The Iranians were trying to square the difference on a table.
Attack on Iran and in Tehran, military assets, government assets. Some of the early images just coming in, you see here of smoke billowing. I believe this is Tehran. We've also heard word that smoke was seen at one of the buildings used by the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, although no word on his whereabouts at this time. In fact, he really hasn't been seen publicly for a couple of days. We're going to go back to Lama Hassan in London, because we've been getting global reaction. And Lama, you were also reporting earlier as we're getting word of some of the military installations across the region, the UAE saying that a civilian was killed as a result of fallen debris as air defense systems dealt with the missiles, the height of the efficiency, and they intercepted some of those missiles. But this is just an example that Iran is responding right now, and we're going to see incidents like this across the region.
Absolutely, Whit. You know, the Iranians did say that they were going to respond with force, and we are seeing that. I have relatives who live in the region. I have relatives who live in Qatar, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and all morning they have heard those Iranian missiles overhead, but they've also heard them being intercepted. So that is really the latest from what I'm hearing from relatives on the ground. They said that the missiles were so loud that the windows to their homes were shaking, and they're all hunkering down right now, trying to stay put, trying to find shelter as the Iranians respond to the Israeli-U.S. strikes.
Tough to say right now.
And Lama, we've seen airspace in multiple areas.
Also, what do you mean by we?
Closed down this morning as the strike is ongoing, and also Americans told to shelter in place.
Versus U.S. military.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we heard this morning that the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has issued a statement telling the not only U.S. Personnel, because don't forget that that Qatar has the biggest U.S. base called Al Udeid, and remember, Iran launched a barrage of attacks during the last war, the 12-day war that took place in June, and they told them to shelter in place. We've also heard that, you know, Iranian missiles were launched towards Dubai as well as Abu Dhabi. The ones that were launched towards Doha, we understand that they were intercepted by the Patriot defense system. That is what the Qatari government has said. The Qatari government has also issued an alert telling residents to shelter in place as well. They've been on high alert given the massive military troop buildup in the region. The Qatari government also has an emergency phone alert system. They learned from the last time when the Iranians launched the barrage of missiles towards Al Udeid. They have since put in this telephone warning system that has a very loud noise, just warning people to shelter in place. There have been multiple explosions in Kuwait. I've mentioned Abu Dhabi as well. And just to also reiterate just how difficult this is for the residents that are going through this right now in the region. My relatives in Doha, they said that they are scared. There are no bomb shelters, for example, so they are trying to hunker down. They are trying to stay at home. One relative said that they heard at least 4 or 5 missiles and that they were so loud. And again, you know, we were talking about this earlier, but I do think that this is such an important point, that these Israeli-US attacks, they're taking place during the holiest month for Muslims, which is Ramadan, when Muslims fast. This will anger many people, not only in the region, but also the millions of Muslims that are around the world. And we will have to wait and see what the reaction is from those Arab governments and those Middle Eastern countries.
Absolutely. And that reaction just starting to come in. Lama Hassan, thank you. And Lama makes a great point there that while there are bomb shelters in Israel and they have the Iron Dome and some protections there, in other countries throughout the region that are seeing incoming fire right now, they do not have those protections. So people are hunkering down, sheltering in place wherever they can find it. We're also getting word from Iran, this according to some Iranian news sources, matching some of the other reporting that we have here, that they have targeted the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain and other U.S. military bases in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, as well as military and security centers in the heart of what they called occupied territories. So once again, we are seeing this response, the retaliation from Iran right now, and just some of these images coming in as we speak, as people are seeing some of these explosions and the smoke billowing right now. I believe we're going right now to, forgive me, can you repeat that in my ear? Here is President Trump earlier this morning. He released this video message on Truth Social talking about the strikes in Iran. Let's listen.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
So, President,
everyone heard that, right? And play it again.
Courageous American hero regime, only chance for generations. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future.
On the way, when there was that uprising and thousands of Iranians were being rounded up, arrested, some of them being executed as a result of their protests against the regime, President Trump said help is on the way. And there was some criticism at the time because thousands of people were killed after that. Well, now President Trump is sending that military power to Iran and telling the Iranian people that this is their moment to strike back against the regime and to take their country back. Let's go back to Selena Wang, who's at the White House right now. We heard that message from the president this morning. There are a lot of different layers to this, but all week we were hearing about the potential for a limited strike to gain leverage in negotiations. It seems like all bets are off now.
That's right, Whit, and I think the way that you laid out that timeline just really shows how the justification for all of this has shifted. Earlier this year, after there were those mass protests in Iran, as you mentioned, there were thousands who were killed, and then the president saying that help is on the way. That help did not come in the form of any military action, and there were questions about whether the president was providing false hope to the Iranian people. But at that point, the threats from the president was focused on the reaction from the regime to protesters. Since then, we have seen vague justifications around, is it the rebuilding of their nuclear program? Is it around the long-range ballistic missile program? And now in the president's video remarks, making it very clear that this is an expansive reasoning and also directly sending a message to the Iranian people, urging them to seize this moment for regime change. So that is a clear indication, Whit, that this is not a one-and-done strike, as we know the president likes to do. That is what we saw last summer when it came to targeting those nuclear facilities. But this is something that could be longer and more protracted. What we have learned from U.S. officials so far is that this operation is expected to last for a few days. Now, there are still many questions that we are going to continue to hear from members of Congress as they wake up, as well as from the American public. We heard from the leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Democrat Senator Jack Reed, just one day before this operation, and he said while there's an agreement that Iran does pose a risk to the United States, he did not see any evidence from the administration about why a preemptive strike was necessary. Questions from both sides of the aisle about the imminent threat that the president says the Iranian regime poses.
Exactly, especially since the president said that the United States obliterated their nuclear facilities and their nuclear capabilities. There are major questions about just how far along Iran has come since those strikes in June, what their intentions were. And again, as you pointed out, the president hasn't quite laid out that evidence for the American people just yet, but people will be asking questions, eager to learn that information as soon as possible. Let's go back to Ian Pannell, who's in Tel Aviv. And Ian, I understand you had to move in to a bunker facility where you are, those air raid sirens sounding once again. What's the scene like on the ground there?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Drew.
As we were coming off from our live position where I was talking to you earlier, as we came in, I could see the streaks going into the sky of the interceptors, and then there were a couple of very large booms. Shelters like this exist in a lot of Israeli buildings. They're normally on the inside of the building, which is the most secure place, and you can see it has this kind of reinforced door there. But as you said yourself, there are millions of people across the Gulf now who don't have this kind of preparedness, don't have facilities. In Iran right now, they're in an information vacuum. They can hear the sound of explosions. They can hear the sound of fighter jets, and they're not getting information because the regime has turned the internet off as to what they should do. So a situation of fear there, a situation of fear here. And as Lama has been describing, across so many countries in the Gulf now, again, you have people who are not used to hearing this. There's nothing normal about hearing the sound of missiles or drones and sound of explosions. You know, I've done this job for a long time, and you see populations where they have to adapt. Children become used to hearing those sounds, but they are terrifying, and they stay with you long after the explosion has passed. So it seems to me that we are in the early stages of a much longer operation. I think everyone you've spoken to has pretty much said that. The president has set out a very, very ambitious target of essentially unseating the regime in Iran, not just going after its nuclear capabilities or its missile capabilities, not just targeting security forces like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard or the Basij. That's the paramilitary force that were largely responsible for those thousands of deaths on the street there. President is urging people to come back out onto the streets after the bombing to try and seize control again of their country. Well, this is a regime that's been in place for almost 50 years.
What do you mean it's an
two of its
IR trap?
Have long been death to
What would they do with
and death to Israel. That may answer some questions about why the two nations are getting involved in this. But why now?
People
I think,
going to shelters.
As Selina said, the president's going to have to come forward with some very clear evidence as to what the threat actually is. And the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, also laying out what they saw as the threat, that Iran was trying to reconstitute its nuclear program, that it was trying to rebuild its ballistic missiles, and its support for those proxy groups in the region. These are all things that have been discussed. But where is the evidence that this was a clear and present danger right now? The policy of the Israeli government over many years has been of mowing the grass. That's a phrase that's used in the military. In other words, when the threat level gets to a certain height, you cut it down. And that's sort of what we saw last June. But this is incredibly ambitious. And for the Iranian regime, this is now an existential crisis. There's no way that they can emerge from this unscathed if they emerge from this intact at all. And that is going to feed into so much of what happens in the Middle East. It's going to start to change the shape of the Middle East. And the response from Iran has been true to its word. And I think because they feel this as an existential threat, we're seeing these short-range missile attacks against Doha, against the UAE, reports in Bahrain, the US Navy's Fifth Fleet, reports of explosions in Jordan and in Kuwait. This has all the makings of a much wider regional war that will be easier to start than stop.
Yeah, and on that point, what does a desperate Iranian regime even look like? It's not something that we've seen in recent history at this scale, under attack from the United States and from Israel. And Ian, stay with me on this point, because we're just getting word that there's been at least one person in northern Israel who suffered blast injuries. No doubt we're going to be hearing more of these types of reports. I know Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke to the people of that country earlier today. Can you tell us more about what he said and what we know about Israel's role in this operation?
Yeah, I think he's been very clear, and an Israeli military official has been talking to us earlier, saying this has been planned for weeks and months between Israel and the United States. That Israel and the US seem to have acted at exactly the same time, launching this attack. They have very close cooperation, the two militaries. I think for Israel, the case made by Prime Minister Netanyahu is that Iran represents a strategic threat to the country. In some senses, Netanyahu has a much easier case to argue than President Trump, because Iran is in the neighborhood, if you think of it like that. Its missiles can and do reach Israel. So that is a clear threat. Iran's missiles at the moment cannot reach the United States. Its nuclear program, the president said it was obliterated last June. Maybe there has been some attempt at reconstitution, but nobody has said that it's trying to weaponize the enriched uranium that it's got, and Iran has offered up repeated assurances that it has no intention of building a nuclear bomb. Now, whether you believe them or not, put to one side, the president repeated again today that Iran hasn't said that it wouldn't build a nuclear bomb. Iran has said exactly that. So I think Prime Minister Netanyahu has probably got an easier sell to the Israeli people than President Trump has to the American people, because Israelis understand that Iran does represent a threat. It doesn't recognize Israel's rights to exist. It wants to wipe it off the map. And actually, if you go back to October the 7th, 2023, there's been a logical series of events where Israel has taken out those organizations, those terrorist organizations, or those countries that represent an existential threat for Israel. We saw the attack in Lebanon on Hezbollah, of course the war in Gaza, the devastating war in Gaza, which was ostensibly against Hamas, but led to tens and tens of thousands of civilian casualties. We've seen the removal of Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria. We've seen attacks against the Houthi Houthi rebels in Yemen. So in some senses, Israel has played a major role in trying to reshape what the Middle East looks like. Iran has long had this axis of resistance. It's sort of a crescent shape, if you like, running from Iran through Iraq into Syria and into Lebanon, where Hezbollah is based. Well, that has been disrupted pretty much totally. We're hearing reports that there have been attacks in Iraq. There are Iranian militias there. But nevertheless, I think we just need to get a grasp of the fact that what the president and the prime minister here have started has the risk of growing beyond something they can control.
Yes, Ian Panel, as you noted there, Prime Minister Netanyahu, when he's with President Trump, often talks about peace through strength. No doubt a show of strength today. The question is, will peace follow and how quickly as this develops in the days ahead? Ian Panel, thank you so much. Let's go to Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill. Jay, because reaction already coming in from members of Congress. We know that the Gang of Eight was briefed in advance of this, but other lawmakers were really eager to have more of a say in whether the United States would ultimately go to war with Iran.
Yeah, we know that the Gang of Eight, which is top congressional leaders and the top Republicans and Democrats in both the House and Senate Intelligence Committee, were briefed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Tuesday, just hours before the President's State of the Union. We don't know what was said behind those closed doors. It's a classified setting. But I want to read to you what Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said when he emerged from that classified setting. Here's what he told reporters. It's vague, but it takes on a new light this morning. He said, quote, "This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people," he said. And then we heard the president just hours later would deliver the State of the Union, where he didn't really elaborate on the why strikes on Iran were necessary. We are getting some congressional reaction this morning. And in particular, we're hearing from Republicans, at least one, Thomas Massey, who says this is an act of war that was not authorized by Congress. Whit.
All right, Jay O'Brien for us on Capitol Hill. We appreciate it. Once again, you're watching continuing coverage right now of the ongoing military operation in Iran, a major combat operation as described by President Trump. Sources telling ABC News that it's expected to potentially last for several days, with the U.S. targeting military sites, government buildings, Iranian intelligence assets, defense installations, as well as cyber. We've already seen some of the images coming through with smoke billowing from parts of Tehran. We're going to return you in just a moment to regular programming. For some of you, that's your local news up next. We'll have a full wrap-up coming up on Good Morning America. For now, I'm Whit Johnson in New York. We also have...
Oh. Mic check 1 2. Let's see here.
Ever potential tentacles it has going forward throughout that region. I want to get back to NBC's chief foreign correspondent. That's Richard Engel. He is again with us right now from Tel Aviv. And Richard, obviously there are a lot of moving parts all happening at one time right now. First, of course, was what instigated all of this, the U.S. and Israeli strikes taking place in Iran. Now we're hearing about some of the response. Iran with some public comments.
I just woke up. Are we at war? LOL.
An American consulate, some explosions near an American consulate.
According to President Trump, we are. He said there may be brave members of the U.S. military that may lose brave members of the U.S. military, but that happens during war.
Near the U.S. consulate in Erbil. Reuters reporting another wave of attacks against installations, U.S. military installations in Qatar. An Iranian official, a senior Iranian official, the head of the National Security Commission, and I'm quoting, he said that a regional war has now started. And Israeli media, quoting Israeli officials, say that so far 35 ballistic missiles have been fired at Israel just today, just since Israel and the United States began these preemptive strikes. We've also been able to get in touch with a few people in Iran. There is a lot of confusion, a lot of concern, a lot of panic in the city right now. There is a great deal of traffic. The government is issuing guidance telling people that they should, if they can, get out of Tehran.
Richard Engel on the ground for us in Tel Aviv, Israel right now. Richard, as you stay with us, I want to ask you one quick question. Again, we're approaching 6 o'clock. At the top of the hour, we will reset for those who are just waking up with us, give you the very latest on what we're witnessing happening right now. Richard, as we were reporting a short time ago, two U.S. officials tell NBC News that there were multiple targets in the course of this effort in Iran this morning, that the Israeli targets focused on Iranian leadership, the U.S. targets
God, I just realized the video that they're using.
Iranian ballistic missile and nuclear programs called the Gang of Eight. Those are
and because in prior operations of an executive branch of Congress, Peter, trying to limit the administration.
Hammer, isn't it? The president making clear that his desire is that this ultimately.
The video they were using was from Jackson Hinkle,
the Iranian regime, the Ayatollah himself.
I don't know a lot about him, but Russian.
This is of a completely different scale than what we saw this summer with Operation Midnight Hammer. Operation Midnight Hammer was an Israeli-initiated war that the United States joined in. The United States had a very limited involvement in its military strikes. It hit the nuclear facilities primarily because it was only the United States that had the capacity to penetrate deep into the mountains using its very powerful bunker-busting technology to attack the uranium enrichment sites and to set back, if not destroy, Iran's nuclear program. This time, however, both Israel and President Trump have said the goal is regime change, that they want to weaken the government of Iran to a point that the people are able to take matters into their own hands and overthrow the government, continue the uprising that took place in every Iranian province only a few short weeks ago, an uprising that the Iranian government was able to suppress by killing thousands of demonstrators, according to multiple human rights groups. This is a far more ambitious, a far more open-ended mission than what we saw in the summer, because carrying out regime change, there's only a few ways you can do it. You can either go, like the United States did in Iraq, with troops, bringing a group of new leaders with you. It's the same thing that the United States did in Afghanistan after 9/11, and occupy the country and try and manage the transition. That's one way. Or you can, which seems to be the strategy now, weaken the regime to the point where the people take matters into their own hands and overthrow the government. But Iran is a country that is covered in mountains. It has about 90 million people. It has many different groups. Several different religious sects. The security forces there are quite strong. So you could not necessarily just see regime change. You could see state collapse and Iran breaking up into several different sections. The last way that a regime change could happen is there could be a military coup where you have so much pressure on the military that certain officers decide that Iran is now engaged in a fight that it cannot win and takes over the regime. But all of these are possibilities, but I think it seems that the U.S. at this stage, because it's not sending a ground force, is hoping for the second, that someone within the Iranian regime will take over, someone that could be potentially more moderate or more amenable to working with the United States, a la what happened in Venezuela, or that there'll be a street revolution with, frankly, unknown consequences.
All of this getting underway on February 28th, the final day of February 2026. Our colleague Richard Engel on the ground in Tel Aviv. Good morning to you. It is just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm Peter Alexander, alongside my colleague and co-anchor Laura Jarrett. We are following this breaking news out of Iran and, frankly, throughout the Middle East region right now, with both the United States and Israel together beginning what President Trump has called massive combat operations in Iran, deeming this what he called Operation Epic Fury. We heard from him just a matter of hours ago.
And the explosions could be heard in Tehran earlier, and Iran has begun to retaliate, saying, quote, regional war has started. Meantime, Israeli residents have been told to shelter in place in preparations as they prepare for possible retaliation there. President Trump releasing that video statement on Truth Social, pre-recorded. Let's play a little bit of what he had to say, and then we're going to talk to our team of correspondents and experts around the globe. Here's the president.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
Hey, yo.
Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America.
He literally says that later, CTG.
An unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national
Now they are
security
allies.
interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands. And
He has to say again because he doesn't want to be caught in a lie before when he said that they obliterated their nuclear.
Thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is.
You may die. That's a risk, basically. I'm just going to shout out DN, Indranian, and Krista, proving the top 3 tappers.
A noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear.
No shot. He just said that. Wait, do you want to hear it again? Hold on.
Lives of the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will.
Hi, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Still the chillest in the game. Please remember that nuance matters. Thank you so much, Kai. Risking American life. Israel. So this is a situation where United States, the current administration, and the Israeli administration are aligned on what they want. And so much Israel wants it, so the U.S. is going to do it. It's so both want this. I don't get the immunity part. He's going to set them free after he overthrows them. I don't really get that. Iranian people too. Yeah. I want to remind everybody. Remember about this as so it's got to be bad. This is a situation where the government of Iran has killed like tens of thousands, not just thousands, tens of thousands of its civilians in under 2 weeks. So the issues here are not so much that the Iranian regime targeted. It's just by who and for what reason. I understand why it's happening, but I don't like how it's being done. Not exactly black and white. Yeah, exactly. So Venezuela was a great example. The Venezuelan people didn't like Maduro. We shouldn't and didn't like Maduro. But that's not why Trump ousted Maduro. That's not why Trump and the Trump administration arrested Maduro. It wasn't to liberate the Venezuelan people. See that with what happened. Now that being said, thank you, Penelope. That being said, this is a situation where I think it's going to be difficult for Trump supporters to defend something like this. They will do it. They will say, "Wow, so you're defending a dictatorial regime or a fascist regime or whatever," talking about Iran. When in reality, it's like, okay, you guys were the no new wars people. You guys were the we shouldn't support Ukraine because we're America first. And Ukraine is a much different situation, right? Ukraine is a situation where we have an agreement to defend them, right? The Budapest Memorandum, an agreement to defend them in case if they give up their nukes, right? So not only do we have an agreement, but our defense of them is something that wouldn't be risking American lives, which is what this operation would do. So it was much easier to justify. But MAGA was super, super against it. So never, ever, 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 ever let MAGA or Republicans criticize your opinion of this invasion, of this. Trump called it a war. So I mean, go by his term, because they don't have the moral wherewithal to do so. They've given that up. They don't care about liberating the people of Iran. They just care about defending Trump. Now, so once we get to just the adults in the room, right? Move MAGA from the equation. This situation is a lot more nuanced. Because, again, tens of thousands of civilians were killed by the Iranian regime. The question then becomes, first, is it our place to intervene? More importantly, do we trust this administration's motives? And more importantly than that, given America's track record with regime change, what is the likelihood that this will lead to a more positive outcome? Or are we going to experience another power vacuum situation like what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan? How do we know that? Did that come from our government? Which part? I said a lot of.
Be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond.
They killed tens of thousands. That's been confirmed by multiple different international. The international community is in agreement on that.
The prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
President of the United States Donald Trump a short time ago in the early morning hours of this Saturday, February 28th, announcing what he is describing as Operation Epic Fury right now, these U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting Iran this morning. The president saying in this 8-minute video in part that the U.S. objective included defending the American people by eliminating imminent threats posed by the Iranian regime. He added that its menacing activities directly endanger the U.S.,
yeah, I don't blame you.
Our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. Notably, the president also called on the people of Iran to rise up at this time, viewing this as what may be, in his words, their only opportunity in generations to try to topple the Iranian regime.
And we do have team coverage from around the globe for you this morning. We want to start with our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kube. Let's pick up right there with our military assets. We have air, we have sea, we do not have boots on the ground. Courtney, talk to us about what exactly was used in these strikes and why they were used.
Yeah, and at this point, it appears boots on the ground is a red line for President Trump. So what we do know has been used so far, and I have to stress, these strikes and this campaign is ongoing. This is not over. We should expect this to be a days or even weeks-long campaign.
Thank you, Shay.
A sustained campaign. So we know that the U.S. military, as part of this so far, has already used airstrikes and strikes from sea, naval strikes. That includes using Tomahawk missiles. Those are long-range precision munitions.
I imagine a lot of people are going to be
it's a standoff
including the members of
capability.
Congress.
So basically, that's exactly
We're
what
not
it
briefed.
sounds like. They're able to fire it from further away, which gives the individuals who are firing that munition a little bit more protection. If, in fact, Iran were to try to retaliate on the source of those Tomahawk missiles, the U.S. would have minutes or even a little bit longer than minutes to be able to respond and to shoot down any kind of potential incoming. So air and naval strikes so far. Iran has also begun its retaliation. And guys, I got to tell you, I have been really struck by the speed and the breadth of the Iranian retaliation so far. We know that they have targeted at least 6 different locations in the region so far. Now, that includes targeting Israel with ballistic missiles. We know at least 5 other regional neighbors have taken incoming missiles. That includes Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, UAE. Was that 5?
Where is the USS Abraham Lincoln? Not sure when this was.
I may have missed one. So far at this point, the officials who we're speaking to are saying that they have all been shot down, and the official news agencies from those countries are also reinforcing that they have been able to shoot them down. We are aware that there was at least one impact in Bahrain. Why that's important is that is where the U.S. Navy's headquarters for their Navy fleet in the region. That is where they are based. It's known as Fifth Fleet. It is basically the heartbeat of the U.S. Navy in the U.S. Central Command region. Now, at this point, 2 U.S. officials are telling us that they have no reports of any U.S.
The USS Abraham Lincoln is in the Arabian Sea right now.
Of these strikes or this retaliatory effort by Iran. But guys, this is an ongoing situation. It is continuing. U.S. and Israeli strikes are continuing. As I said, we should expect this to go on for days, if not longer. The Iranian retaliation also expected to continue. Now, the U.S., as you mentioned, has moved a huge amount of firepower into the region in recent weeks. As part of that, we always think about the offensive piece of that, right? So F-22s, F-35s going in, Tomahawk missiles firing from farther away. part of the mission of this increase in presence in the region has also been defensive in nature, and that's really, really critical, especially right now as we're seeing the Iranian retaliation. Some of those naval assets that went in, you hear about a ballistic missile defense, some of that comes from sea. The U.S. Navy has the ability to fire off a missile that can literally hit an incoming missile. Some of those advanced aircraft, like the F-22s that we know are down at Uvda and in southern Israel, we've already seen their ability for air-to-air missions. So that means that they literally put them up in the air and they will shoot down an incoming missile or a drone. So all of this, many of these assets that have been moved in have both the offensive and the defensive capability. That's what's really critical here. But that being said, guys, even with this hugely enhanced presence in the region, the U.S. right now has enough for a sustained campaign for days or even a few weeks. If they want to do something more than that, which candidly, these very lofty goals that the president has laid out here may not be quick to achieve, they are going to have to bring even more resources into the region to be able to do that.
Courtney, you talk about the offensive and the defensive moves that were made. Talk to us about sort of the preemptive efforts, if you will, that were made to protect U.S. military, American citizens living abroad there. Obviously, Iran swift to retaliate against a number of different locations. But talk to us about moves that U.S. Personnel were protected and how they were moved ahead of time.
So there's kind of two buckets of that, right? There's the diplomatic piece of that, where we've seen the U.S. State Department warns civilians and in some cases even diplomatic employees to leave countries.
They want to go to sleep.
Not an ordered departure necessarily, but giving them the option of being able to leave. We heard that from Ambassador Mike Huckabee in Israel just yesterday. So that's the diplomatic piece, trying to give Americans the option to leave in advance of potential conflict here. The military piece of it is a combination of both the land-based assets, so that's things like Patriot and THAAD missile defense systems. Those are literally mobile batteries that the U.S. can place all throughout the region and already has there, frankly, but they were able to enhance that in recent weeks. They can place them all over the place. They have a radar that's able to detect incoming missiles. They fire off an interceptor missile and literally smashes into it that are able to stop incoming ballistic missiles. So that's a ground-based air defense system. But the U.S. also has, again, they have aircraft now they're able to put up in the air and shoot down incoming. We saw that already. Remember when Iran fired off about 300 projectiles at Israel back in April of 2024, the U.S. military put aircraft up, as did Israel, and they were firing at some of those incoming drones and even cruise missiles to take them out in the air before they were even able to reach Israeli airspace. And then the final piece is the naval presence. We've been talking a lot about the carrier strike group that moved in. The USS Abraham Lincoln was already in the region. USS Gerald R. Ford, the U.S.'s largest aircraft carrier with its component of additional support ships, including destroyers. They have air and missile defense systems that, again, have that same capability, firing off a missile that's able to intercept an incoming missile. Notably, the Gerald R. Ford and a number of destroyers are in the Mediterranean. That has not been lost on me, that's where they've parked them for the last day or two. In the Eastern Mediterranean, they're able to not only fire off offensive capability into Iran, but they're able to provide missile defense to not only Israel.
I gotta call it, chat. Tired. 6:30. Great all of you for being here. Recognize that live was how you found out about the news. A little crazy for me to. So in about 14 to 15 hours, something like that, doing a special panel live to celebrate Black History Month. Probably going to talk about breaking news a little bit on going on. Go on all night. Yeah, I think I started live at 1 a.m. totally leave it up there with news and trolling. Eventually TikTok would kick me. Poor Shannon. I'll sleep 5, so you're. Oh, I didn't know about that. Yeah. I'm gonna fade voice.